2+2 is proud to bring you the 2+2 Pokercast, presented by the Pokerstars VIP Club.
This week on the Pokercast, Bill Chen, Andrew Barber, the main event, and much more. Now, here they are, not finishing fucking 410th or 528th again, Adam and Terrence. Welcome, everybody, to the 2+2 Pokercast presented by the Pokerstars VIP Club. I am your host, Dave Schwartz, joined from Las Vegas, Nevada, again by one T. Chen, and here in the A. Schwartz Studios in the basement of Adam's house. We're also joined by Roscoe P. Coltrane.
My apartment smells of rich mahogany.
It does indeed. Thanks so much for joining us today. It's the main event. This is the most exciting time for poker players and poker fans alike, for sure, to sweat the poker world and see how everybody's doing. T, I know you did play into the main event. We'll get to that later. Just a quick update on the show schedule.
Spoiler alert, Adam just used the past tense.
Yeah, you played. And next week we will be back, I believe, on Wednesday, the following week as well. And then I'm away on my annual golf trip with MJ and the boys.
You were just away on a golf trip.
Yeah,
how can you be annual? You were just on. I hosted a show 2 months ago because you were on a golf trip. So how can that be annual?
This is the annual one with our friends. That was the Matt Savage Invitational.
Matt Savage is not your friend. Got it.
Like,
okay.
Yeah. No.
6 annual golf trips.
There's a lot of golf.
Yeah,
Golf's
exactly.
important, indeed, to me. So anyway, I won't be here this week. T, I don't know. You want to do a show again, or
I'll do a show. I'll tell you. We got to think of some guest host idea, but I'm more than happy to do a show. You go golf away there.
All right, I can do. We've also got another series. Remember back? I think it was 6 months ago.
Christmas time.
Was it? Yeah, about Christmas time. We took a week off and we had some. Ryan LaPlante sent us in a audio blog of the World Poker Tour event he was playing. He went quite deep in, and he's also sent us some stuff from this year, the World Series of Poker, in several events. So we're going to try and edit that down and put it together for you when we do take a week off. So tee up to you. If you want to do a show, cool. And if you want to take the week off, we can run that Ryan LaPlante stuff. Also, this week we've got Bill Chen is our guest, and Andrew Barber as well. The winner of the 10K horse is going to join us quickly on his break from the main event. T, I was thinking today when we were booking Bill Chen, because he's such an interesting character in the poker world, and if you've ever spent any time with Bill at all, you'll realize how fun he is to be around. And somebody was talking about Survivor, and I thought, can you imagine Bill Chen on Survivor? How great would that be?
Does that show even still run? I don't even.
It does. Yeah.
Oh, it does.
It's very popular.
Oh, wow. But
he would be
that
great.
wouldn't work out real well. I don't know. He doesn't have a lot of skills that don't involve like being on a computer or having a notepad and a pen and paper.
Right. So, but because you're taking him completely out of any environment that he does well in, and put him on an island with no technology or pieces of paper, it would be darn right hilarious.
Right. I mean, like if people like Bill in the in like the 13th century would have been like inventing, new machines that like we think are primitive now. So like throughout history, we've needed the Bill Chens of the world. But the difference is like when you take people who are firmly established in the 21st century and are used to like how this stuff works, and then you try to like put them on a desert island in the 12th century, they're not like immediately useful. Like they can't like make fires or like hunt and scrounge for food and on all of these kind of things. But I mean, my understanding of Survivor is pretty limited, but I do think that one of the key things, it's like kind of like a game theory show in some sense, right? Like you have to like make nice with people, like, all this kind of stuff. So obviously he'd be good at that.
Yeah, that part he'd be good at. I want to quickly start off the show. We'll get to some stuff before we get to the poker. I want to say R.I.P. to Steve Landfish, who passed away November 20th of 2014. Dan Idema ran into, I believe, his sister at one of the events, and some of his friends who were wearing Steve Landfish shirts in memory of him. This guy, He went on some amazing runs at the World Series of Poker. I don't know if you remember. I
think like 3 final tables, right?
Yeah. Remember when Phil Hellmuth had his successful year where he was finishing second in a whole bunch of 10K mixed events? Steve, I believe, was in the way in some of those, and might have got the bad end of a Phil Hellmuth berating or not. But he was going deep in all the 10Ks and came out of nowhere, which really kind of took poker. And he's got the best name, or he had the best. Is it Landfish?
Absolutely. Landfish is such a fantastic name for a poker player. That's great.
It is.
Especially one that's, wasn't considered like an elite level pro and made a bunch of really unorthodox plays and end up finishing, I've got his head in mob up, second in the 7-card stud, 4th in the limit hold'em, 11th in the 10K pot limit hold'em. Like, these are all 10K events.
Right.
By the way, that I'm reading off. And then, 10th in the 5K limit hold'em, 18th in the 10K pot limit hold'em. Like, just a ton of good results. Really super unorthodox player who drove a lot of players insane. And like you said, like, such a great name for that, Steve Landfish.
Yeah, rest in peace, Steve. He, I believe, had some heart issues. And so enjoy the moment, people. When you're at the World Series playing in those tournaments, you never know what could happen. I want to quickly pick your brain, T. There's a UFC 189 is tonight, I believe. Is that right?
No, it is on Saturday. So we're recording this on Thursday. UFC 189 is Saturday. The big event. Conor McGregor, Jose Aldo. Everybody's been trying to get at me on Twitter. Like, I made one tweet this morning. I was like, hey, where can I find sports books that post their odds online, like brick and mortar sports books?
Yeah.
Does the Win or whoever is the big, or the Aria, I don't know who's even the big sports book in town, do they have odds? And then everybody's like, who do you think is going to win? Who do you like? Is Conor going to win? Is Chad Mendes good? This is the biggest UFC of the year. I know you don't really
I'm not
follow this stuff.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
I have some friends heading down to go see that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to like hold a candle to like Pacquiao Mayweather or anything like that, but it is definitely the biggest UFC of the year. It's Conor McGregor. He is, talking up a storm, sort of like a modern day Muhammad Ali, and he's, facing stuff as tests. So people have been asking me, so I threw out on Twitter, like, I can tweet about it, or you can just listen to the Pokercast this week. So I'll get it right out of the way.
All right, let's go.
I like Chad Mendes as an underdog right now. He's like plus 150, plus 160. I think most of the sharps like him. I think a lot of that money is coming in on the persona that's Conor McGregor, and he is a fantastic striker. Conor McGregor is a fantastic creative striker, but the fact that he's never dealt with a wrestler yet makes plus 160 on Mendes fantastic. It's a really good bet. In fact, it might even get better, because if the Irish fans haven't gotten into town and started, going to the sports books and hammering Conor McGregor, they probably will. I think Robbie Lawler's a good dog bet. Gunnar Nelson against Brandon Thatch. Gunnar Nelson might get knocked out, but he also has a great submission game. It might pull out the win there. And then Lou Smolka, whose coach I just trained with, like just before getting on this show. He was plus money before. Now he's like closer to even money. I think that's a good bet. So those are that's my quick rapid fire Alan Boston style UFC for this weekend.
How great of a MMA name is Gunnar Nelson?
Gunnar Nelson is a pretty good name, and he's from Iceland. He's from Iceland, of course, right? Like,
oh, okay.
Like the bad guy from Mighty Ducks or something,
Exactly. Speaking of sports betting, I don't know if you're probably not a baseball fan, TC, you wouldn't have noticed this, but the Detroit Tigers have gone over the total 19 games in a row.
Whoa. 19
in a row. Like
Moneyball style.
I mean, try and figure that. I think somebody put if you would have bet 100. Of course, you never would have.
So they haven't won 19 in a row. They've like the games in which they've been involved have been over 19 games.
Right.
In a row.
Yes.
Okay.
If you would have bet 100 on the first game and let it ride somehow, you'd have $26 million on tomorrow's game to go over.
Yeah, that's why they don't allow that.
Of course, yeah, But fascinating that kind of stuff can happen. I know you walk into a casino, you see 19 reds in a row or whatever, but still, people jump on that. And they've gone over 19 games in a row. They're going to go over again.
Well, the thing about 19 reds in a row is that, like, when a team goes over like 12 times in a row, the sportsbook just keeps adjusting the line up and up and up, because it's like, oh, clearly they're scoring a lot of runs or giving up a lot of runs or whatever it is, both, I'm assuming. But so it should be in a place where now, like, it's overcompensated, but it just keeps happening, right? Like,
yeah, no, for sure. Listener Dishwasher22 posted in the comments and questions thread this week in the Pokercast forum. He was laughing at a story that came out of Calgary, and this is a guy who attached 110 giant helium-filled balloons to a $10 Canadian Tire plastic lawn chair and decided to fly over the city of Calgary and fire up these balloons.
As any reasonable advertising do.
He was trying to promote some cleaning products company that he has. He pulled it off. I think in his interview he said, I looked down and there was a jet flying under me at one point. And
Jesus.
So he got up pretty high. And
so how did he get down? Did he, like, you burst one balloon at a time?
It didn't say how he got down, and he didn't talk about it. But that's the interesting question. Okay, so you can do it. You can get up there with all these balloons. I mean, these aren't regular, by the way. These aren't birthday balloons. These are like 3-foot wide giant balloons.
Yeah, they have to be capable of hoisting a man who's whatever, he's 150 or 200 pounds or whatever he is, right? Like,
but how do you optimally decide how many balloons? Like, math will get you a little ways, but you've got air currents. I mean, what if you put too many balloons?
You've got airplanes, apparently.
You got airplanes that could run into you. But I mean, how do you decide? It's such a huge risk. Like, what do you do? Bring a gun so you can just start popping balloons? Like, what?
I think that's it would have to be, right? Like, you have to bring some kind of like dart gun or something like that, and then hope you don't shoot too many of them at the same time.
That would make like a great Twilight Zone. You get a gun and you decide you're going to err on the side of caution, put too many balloons on there. You get up there and the gun jams, and now you just like float up to 50,000 feet and suffocate.
You die until like, I don't know what you would die at first, whether it's the oxygen,
you'd freeze,
or the heat, or the lack of heat. I guess I'm not sure what you would die at first, but I noticed that he got like arrested, and the cops weren't happy. He got arrested for like causing danger to life, but did he endanger anybody else's life?
Well, sure. If that plane hits him, he could.
What, the plane's not going to note it. Like, a plane hitting a person is not going to be significant. A plane can just run through a person.
Planes go down because they get birds in the engine. It can affect something. You know, maybe I don't know, a Cessna or something. There's all kinds of things that could happen. Okay. I mean, he could drop the chair on somebody and some little kid and die, or who knows, right? It's just dumb, like, obviously. Yeah. But it was funny. I got a kick out of that.
He's been charged with one count of attempting to win a Darwin Award.
Exactly. Ross, you want to talk quickly about what was that about?
I guess I never mentioned this to you, but the other day, something very cool happened. You guys know I'm a big fan of Vice, and I have a cousin that's a producer for Vice.
Okay.
And she reached out to me, I think 2 days ago, and she said, hey, we're having meetings, and Vice wants to do a documentary about gambling and poker.
No way.
And they're like, we want you to
awesome.
consult on it and possibly be on the show and possibly host it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I might, it's nothing's even set up at all yet, but there might be.
Wow, Roscoe on Vice. You might get on
Adam's
HBO.
looking on Craigslist right now for new producers.
Exactly.
Well, I guess it's funny because my cousin was like, I guess they were kicking around. They're like, do we know anybody involved in like gambling? And my cousin's like, I know. I guess I have a cousin. I don't know if she said that I was her cousin. She's like, I know someone that does a show about gambling.
She probably said like you were a professional poker player, right? Because anytime you tell someone they play poker, they always have a cousin that plays poker for a living. Like, invariably, right? So you're the cousin that plays poker for a living, whether you know that or not.
Oh my God. It's so sad. It's true.
So true. Now that MJ's retired, I no longer have a prop bet fish come World Series of Poker time to supplement my income. It's quite
people feel
disturbing. People hopefully feel for me, but I do have my yearly bet with that Pope, who came up and was on the show last week, 2 weeks ago, last week.
Yeah.
Last week, yeah. And we have this bet every year, and it's basically the top chip counts from each flight of day one, and if they're going to cash or not. So I have the no side. So I get each day one. I hope that each day one chip leader doesn't cash, and he gets the yes, $20 each. This year, I'm an idiot. I failed to remember that they were pushing for this. Pay 1,000 players. I thought, it'll just be like every other year, and they're going to pay 10% of the field, whatever. I have much the worst of it this year.
It's an interesting thought, right? So, like, the day one chip leader usually has like 180, I'd say, approximately. Like,
somewhere
that's huge.
there. Yeah.
So they have 6 times the starting stack, right?
Yeah.
And of course, typically not this year, you typically have like a 1 in 9 chance of making the money, right? So if these guys were like just average players who happen to get lucky and get 180,000 chips, which obviously isn't true, then your side would definitely be the best of it pretty much all the time, right? So like if you gave the average player 180,000, he's still a dog to cash.
Right.
But they're not the average player.
Typically, they're not going to be average. They're going to be above average.
Yeah, when you went from 30,000 to 180,000, that indicates that you're good at the game. Not
more often than not. Yeah,
Jamie Gold won the World Series.
Right.
So it's like. So I think even under the regular payout structure, I think I like Pope's side. But obviously, under this one, you're completely hosed.
Yeah, I am hosed indeed. So I tried to buy out. He wouldn't let me buy out. So looks like I'm going to have to roll with that and hope they don't cash. I haven't looked actually to see if any of them busted out yet. We are on day 2C. And there's another thing that MJ and I used to do, and we did it with Reno Doc a lot. And maybe we can. And Terrence, I believe you were in one year. But what we do is when it gets down to about 100 people. We do a snake draft of who's left, and then we'll each put up 100, and then the guy who gets the person to go the farthest of the 100 wins the cash. Right. So it's always good fun. There's also
a last longer, basically.
It's basically last longer, yeah.
I'm in on that.
You're in? Okay, we got 3 of us are in on that. And also, somebody in our forum is doing a draft for the main event as well. So if you want to get in on, I think it's $20 too. So if you want, or $20 for that one. If you want to get in on that, head on over to the Pokercast forum and sign up. Somebody will be escrowing money for that. A quick follow up. Last week we had Rudy on the show. Or 2 weeks ago, we had Rudy on the show at the end for those that stayed and listened past the goodbyes.
Go get a real jump.
Yeah. He was telling the story about Luongo getting his stick. A lot of people seem to get a kick out of that story. I just wanted to give a quick story this week. So Rudy was up at my buddy's house, and my buddy has a son Rudy's age. They play together. And I got a call from my buddy, who was at work at the time, that his mom, my buddy's mom, was babysitting the kids, and she called him in quite upset. She wasn't happy at all with the kids, and specifically Rudy, because what happened was they were playing video games, and the grandmother walked in to the room, and there was 3 of them, and the 2 of them were handing Rudy $5 each. And grandmother freaked out, and it turned out they were betting on Madden, and Rudy had bet $5 a game.
Outer parenting moment.
Yeah, except I have to tell him that he can't do this. But my friend is laughing his head off.
I mean, I know you said, like, because it's your job to do this. You're like, Rudy, I don't want you to gamble with your friends anymore. But you were like, good job, son.
I kind of was. I'm not going to lie. Good fun. Anyways, so let's get to some of the World Series of Poker events that have happened since last week's show. The one we left it off last week, 59. Event 59, the final $1,500 No Limit Hold'em event was going. It drew 2,155 runners, creating first place prize. Say that 5 times fast. Of $531K, which was won by British
Unique New York.
Yes, British player Alex Lindrop, last year's women's event winner Haiexia Zhang. I think I got that right. Came fourth. Event 60 was the 25K high roller PLO. The first year they've run this event, it was won by a guy having a ridiculous year. His name is Anthony Zeno.
He just won a poker bracelet.
To recap, he's won 3 World Poker Tour titles this year, this bracelet, and 4 other World Series of Poker final tables. He has final tabled 5 times. By the way, he's cashed 5 times and final tabled 5 times this year. also playing in shorter events, so that's going to happen more often, but still impressive. And he's also picked up $3.5 million this year. Currently second on the World Series of Poker Player of the Year. Mike Gordinsky still leads, but he's not playing the main event because one of his close friends is getting married. He's committed to going to this wedding. Clearly, this friend isn't a poker player, because if he was, he'd be like, fuck off, go play the main, you're not invited.
Yeah, I mean, I read a little bit on Twitter about this, that like people are like, oh, how could you schedule the wedding during the main and invite your friend? I think he might even be in the wedding party. I'm not 100% sure about that. But it's like, well, you can understand, sometimes it's hard to plan weddings around dates. Like it's availability is really hard and stuff like that. But yeah, I feel like you definitely should give your friend like an out when it's the main. You'd be like, yeah, come hang out with us.
I feel like if he's the best man, then he should go. Anything other than that, like a groomsman or attending, I think... Yeah,
groomsman not going to cut it. Yeah.
I think that's the line for me.
But wouldn't you just pick a different best man then, right? Like,
I guess, yeah.
I guess we don't know. We don't know how...
No. When your friend asks you to be best man, you can't say, well, I'm playing a poker tournament. That's like that's a life event.
So I guess that's what you're saying is like, how much does this friend know about poker? Like clearly you and I, or anybody listening to the show really would never ask their best friend to be a best man if they were about to play in the main event. But if this guy doesn't know, but I guess like you think about, I think about my best friends who don't play poker. They all know that I tend to go to Vegas around this time of year vaguely for some poker tournaments.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I saw it, even Doyle got in on the whole Twitter thing. Doyle was like, "Come on, man! This is once in a lifetime. You get the chance to be Player of the Year. You should skip the wedding." IMO is what Doyle tweeted.
Yeah, just look at a picture of Gordo, though. It's clear that he's not really the guy who cares about the fame and the glory.
He's a good guy. Yeah, it's more important to him to be with his friend, which is cool. It's good to see people prioritizing life events, I guess, over that.
Well, Doyle doesn't think so, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't follow Doyle anymore on Twitter. I wouldn't have caught that. So he got hacked. Doyle got hacked.
He did. That was last week. I guess probably trying to scam money from people like Jeff.
Was he saying like liberal left wing stuff?
Wait, when he got hacked?
No, I think I'm pretty sure he was just trying to scam people. I think Jeff Madsen was the first one to sort of out this because it's like and obviously Doyle is a very specific style of writing, and if you've ever communicated with him at all or just even followed him on Twitter, you knew that wasn't it. But he was probably hacking the account probably just to get like money somehow, something. I don't, but didn't get very far, obviously.
The one retweet I saw was a giant vagina. The hacker just posted like a naked vagina, like spread eagle. Wow. Event 61, the little one for one drop, drew 4,555 entries, which made a first place. I'm going to get that right at some point. First place prize of $645,000, won by German Paul Hofer. Event 62, the bounty no limit hold'em, was won by Jack Duong of New Jersey. Is this the first year T of bounty event? I believe it was. Taking down his first bracelet, $333,000. How many bounties do you think you had, Terrence?
Not nearly as much as like that many. I don't know, 20. I have no idea. I mean, what was the field size? We don't have a field size on that one.
It was pretty big. There was a fair amount there. He got 11. I mean,
eventually, when you get near the end, like bounty's insignificant, right? Like every pot is worth way more than a bounty.
Yeah.
So you're not trying. It's only really the first 5-6 levels where anything really matters that it's a bounty. So I don't think he was trying too hard to knock people out.
Do you think it would be feasible for the World Series to do a live progressive super knockout tournament, or would that math be too complicated?
I don't think the math would be too complicated, but the tracking might be. I mean, so you've got these bounty chips, and then you collect like incremental bounty chips, and logistically it feels like it would be a pain in the ass, but maybe.
Jack Duong said in his interview that he was buried. I think he had bricked everything up to this event and ended up, or he was stuck $75,000 going into this event. So he ends up having a good summer, a summer saver in event 62, right near the end, as it were. Event 63 was the 10K horse. This event was won by American Andrew Barber, good for $517,000. Scotty Nguyen, our guest from last week, Elia Lezra, and
he just won a poker bracelet.
$1,500 horse winner, Arash. They all went deep. And
he just won a poker bracelet.
Pokercast karma for Ellie, obviously, because he was on the show on his break and ends up going deep final tabling. Of course, we won't mention Duhamel, who we also talked to on break, but didn't cash.
He just won a poker bracelet.
All around. So here's what happens with Andrew. I'm reading the report from Nolan Dalla, and I noticed Andrew was quoted in it saying something to the effect of somebody called him a shitty poker player at some point during the tournament, and so I sent him a tweet.
Because the winner of a 10K mixed game tournament
he sucks. Terrible. Yeah. So I sent a tweet to Andrew saying, "Hey, can you tell me who this was, just so we could talk about it?" And he said, "Only if I can tell it on the show." So we're going to bring him in now. Andrew, welcome to the Pokercast.
Hello, how are you?
We're fantastic. First of all, thanks for taking a break. I know you're in day 2C, the first level. Give us a quick rundown on how your main event's going so far.
It's going all right. I got aces versus kings and ace-king for like the greatest double-up in the history of the main event.
0 outs?
Just had 0 outs. I mean, it was you couldn't have gone to the deck and picked two better hands to be up against. So yeah, I'm off to a good start. So I've got like 80K.
Oh, nice. And how's your table? Give us an idea of your table on day one, and today, how's that been?
I've had 2 soft tables. I've just been really fortunate as far as my table draws. Today I've got Danielle Anderson, the Moon Girl.
Sure.
And we've been having some fun with some Laden. A couple of the Ladens we had is trying to guess the age at which a attractive young German lost his virginity, and how much I would have to be paid to have size D breast implants for 1 year.
Oh, wow. Can I guess at that? Size, well, you've just won the horse, so you're doing okay. I'm going to guess size B would be $150K.
1.75 million is the number I came up with.
Wait, what was the time period again? How many months?
You have to keep the boobs for 1 year.
Yeah, like the other guy did for $100K for sure. Yeah, good fun.
But I mean, size D are considerable boobs. I mean, those are some sizable.
Yeah,
that's a sizable bosom.
I've got size B right now. I can tell you they're quite nice. So I mentioned off the top, Andrew, that you were cruising along in the 10K horse, and you had a run-in with somebody. Can you give us a quick breakdown of what happened there?
Yeah, so the individual is Jared Blesnick. I think he's pretty well known. I think he was involved with, I don't know too much about this guy other than what I've heard afterwards. I think he was involved in some multi-accounting. Yeah. He is, to use the phrase, he's a freak and a weird dude. He's got a ton of different odd mannerisms and idiosyncrasies, but he's kind of an attention whore.
Yeah.
And we had this situation in which pulled around to the small in either Hold'em or Omaha, I forget, and he caps his cards, and he asks the floor if he gets up if his hand is dead. And the floor said, no, you're not. We're not going to kill your hand. So he asked me how many chips I have, and I say, don't worry about it, because I'm the chip leader at this point. I've just got a ton of bets.
Yeah.
And he said, how many chips? And I said something snarky, like, I've got enough bets to cap until tomorrow. So don't worry about it. And he gets up out of his chair, and he walks over to my side of the table. You know, he's on the opposite side of the dealer. He walks behind the dealer to my side of the table to look at my chips. He said, what are you doing? And he said, no, don't worry about it. I'll tell you later when we get heads up. And I said, thinking about the heads-up scandals with the Czech poker player with the marked cards, I said, there's only one reason you would ever walk over here, it's because you marked the card.
Yeah.
And he just freaks out. He's not happy about this accusation. And he said, you can request a setup change if you want. So when he turns around after he's folded the hand, he eventually folds, and he's talking to his rail, I asked for a setup change. And when they bring the setup change, he didn't realize that I had requested one. He said, "Can I curse on this show?" Is that
absolutely, sure.
Okay. He says, "If you fucking ask for a setup change, you ask to my fucking face."
What?
So he was not happy. But anyway, later in the final table, we're having a discussion about something, and he says that I like you, Andrew, and I said, there's been nothing you've done that would lead me to believe that you like me at all. And he said, no, I like you as a person. You're a terrible poker player, but I like you as a person. And then later before he busted, he said something to the effect of, "I hope you win this tournament. We need people like you to win tournaments occasionally."
Guy's a beauty.
Wow. I just want like a point of clarification, because we have a lot of listeners to the show who maybe only play No Limit. There is absolutely no need in a limit tournament to ever know how many chips the chip leader has. Like, never.
As long as they have a substantial number of bets. Like,
yeah. The chip leader can always play a hand.
If you got enough to play this hand, that's all that matters, right?
Yeah, like you can cap every street.
Yeah,
it doesn't really matter. So, just wanted to clarify that point for people who don't play a lot of.
Sounds like a beautiful human. Interestingly enough, when Andrew and I were talking back and forth about setting this interview up, we discovered that we had ended up playing, because Andrew is an Omaha 8 specialist from way back, and so am I, and we had been playing in the same game against each other probably, I don't know, what do you think, Andrew, 50,000 hands again? We've played a lot of poker together.
Yeah, no, I think that's a conservative estimate.
That's crazy.
I know I had a couple million hands in my database, so I think 50,000 is a very conservative estimate.
I wonder if it'd be fun to go back and look and see if we trash talked each other.
Wait, I don't care about that. I want to see how bad Adam gets it in his database. Can we go into that database and see how much Adam lost?
He's going to parse for some really bad hands and post them in the Pokercast thread. I'm sure there's a million where I called it horribly. But Andrew, what I wanted to ask you is, as a fellow Omaha player, do you find it amusing, as I do, that whenever you're talking to a mixed game player, 90% of the time when you ask him what his best game is, it's Omaha 8 or better?
Oh, it's these guys. They play premium. They only play premiums, and they think like that's going to make them a good player. Like that's not what separates you. That's like saying a Hold'em player who only plays like pairs and ace king and saying that's their best game.
Everybody always thinks it's their best game. It's funny, and it is probably not true.
No, all the good Omaha players that I know, and this is kind of this has been a title shift in the way the game is thought about. All the good players I know are just playing so many more hands than everybody else. Their VPIP is just so much higher, and they're defending almost 100% out of the big, and these are just kind of like the new paradigms in the game.
What do you think is the things that actually separate the elite 08 players from the not so great ones? Is it are they just better value betting?
Getting to showdown like more frequently with marginal hands, holding out people who have that they're sharing equity with. So like if you have like a high only hand, like getting other people to fold other high only hands, so that you are the only one with that equity, and then you're chopping up multiple low hands that are in. Or you're increasing your chance of scooping, stuff like that.
Great. One of the issues...
I could go into greater detail if I had a little bit more time.
No, we don't have a ton of time.
We should do that in the future. For sure.
You've what have you had? 6 cashes in the World Series this year? Give us an idea of your schedule. Is it cash games? Is it mostly tournaments? What have you been up to?
I'm on my way out of poker. I'm transitioning to a economics PhD. But when I have played, I've been kind of a mixture of both. It's been tough, since Black Friday, trying to find what it is what my grind was going to be. I've played some live cash in Sacramento, California. There's a bunch of card rooms there, but it's typically pretty small. Sometimes I'll travel for tournaments and for cash, but I really have been trying to shift towards the academic route. And then I try to go big during the summer because there's just opportunities to play bigger and play more.
You have a career plan that's resulting from like the economics degree? Is that just kind of to become a better person, or do you actually have like a vocational path for this?
Yeah. So since this score, a lot of people have said, so you're still going to get a PhD. I think it's silly that they asked me that question, because anyone who knows me should know, like, regardless of the windfall, I'm still going to finish this program because I just really love it. But my plans were, prior to the summer, to go into teaching. But I've recently had the ethical case made to me by a charity that I'm affiliated with to try to make as much money as I can in the private sector so that I can ultimately give it away.
Let's talk about that. I want to ask you, Andrew, give us a background on what that charity you are involved with is.
So it's a charity that's associated with a philosophical movement known as effective altruism. And basically effective altruism it's appealing to a lot of poker players or people who have an analytical mind, in that in so much as you're looking for the best value for your charitable dollars. So if we accept the argument that you should be trying to help other people who are worse off, when you're going to help those people out, you want to make sure that you're doing the most good with your money. So, like, there's this thought experiment that's used. Say you have two burning buildings. One has one person in it. One has 100 people in it. And you can only save one building. Which should you save? Obviously, you should be saving the one with the most people in it. Well, the same theory applies to charity, but we don't think about charity that way because typically we're moved by emotions, we're irrational, we want to give to the things that pull at our heartstrings instead of the things that make the most sense.
Yeah, that's and so that's other poker players involved with this. Is there some one of those? Is that one of the ones that people are pledging to?
Yeah, so this is I think this charity's been around for maybe a year or two, and thankfully there's a lot of the people that play high rollers that are involved. I had dinner with Liv Bory and her boyfriend Igor, who both play pretty big, and they're pledging a lot of their money. Philip Grusium, Philbort,
sure,
is also heavily involved, and he's pledging a substantial portion. I mean, I think these guys are giving very large percentages of their winnings to this charity.
That's cool.
Yeah, so I think they've got something like 160 members, and they're trying to get more people. There's this Run Good, Do Good campaign right now, trying to get people to give 2% of what they cash for in the main to Reg. Reg is the name of the charity. Yeah, so it's kind of this growing movement to try to, if we're going to do charity, we should do it as smart, as intelligently as possible.
Is there a website that people we can drive them to
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so Liv and Igor and I think there's a fourth person. So Liv, Igor, and I are doing a matching challenge right now where over the next 2 weeks we're going to match up to $50K. If we can collect $50K in donations, the four of us are going to put in our own $50K. And the matching challenge is available at REG hyphen charity.org, I believe.
Perfect.
I had a brain fart. I'm pretty sure that's it. If I'm mistaken, it's like really easy to find.
I just Googled it. That is correct.
Yeah, you can Google it and find it pretty easy. So great.
REG-charity.
Everybody wants to get involved with that can go check that out. Your Twitter, Andrew Barber, abarber1. At abarber1 if they want to follow you there. Thanks so much. You got about 5 minutes left in your break there, Andrew. You probably need to go take a pee or get a drink, so we'll let you go. Spin it up, and hopefully you go
Thanks
deep in this
guys.
main.
Thank you very much. Great
Talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks to Andrew. So let's get to some more events. Event 64 was the 1K online event. This is the first year, of course, that an event was played on WSOP.com. T, you played?
I did play the event. Was happy to play some online poker while I'm here in the United States. And yeah, I played it, and I actually thought 900 people was a pretty good number.
Really? I thought there was going to be a lot more than that, especially given how many people are in town. They all have access. You could play from the Rio.
But it's a little bit of a pain to sign up and register. I will say depositing cash into my account was actually quite easy. That was no problem at all. But in terms of like getting your account set up, poker players are notorious for doing stuff at the very last minute, not planning in advance in any kind of way whatsoever, right? So if you don't have your account set up, because you have to go through registration, sometimes you have to email them a copy of your picture ID and all this kind of stuff. So I actually thought 905 was okay. I actually tweeted at Bill Rini and I said, is like 500 too conservative a number? And he's like, yeah, that's probably conservative, but I also don't want to jinx it. So yeah, it was I think if you asked Bill Rini, he would probably be pretty happy with this number. But yeah, I played the event. I finished around 150th or something like that, so about 50 off the money. And I also, you already mentioned the little one for one drop. That was a tournament that I busted out before. I finished in the exact same percent bracket of the field or whatever. Like I finished about 600 off the money in the one drop with 500 paid. And I spent so much more time playing Little One, right? So I played the entire day 1A,
right,
and I played like 2 hours of day 2, And in the online tournament, I finished the exact same percent. I spent 4.5 hours. I mean, that structure was fast. And, I'm always a big fan of that structure. But it would be more accurately be called the 1K online hyper turbo event.
Was it really?
For sure. Because I busted at about 420 in 150th place. Or something like that. Like 160th maybe. It was
what was like average stack around that time?
Maybe like 30 big blinds. And in fact, I commentated the final table, the live final table the next day. Of course, that's the sort of the gimmick. That they took the final. I don't know why they took the final 6 instead of the final 9, but they took the final 6. They had them play live, and I think it was only even 30-minute levels at the final table, or maybe even 20. I can't imagine it was 20-minute levels, but they were really short levels. The tournament, they started at noon, or maybe it was even 1, and we were done commentating by like 3 o'clock. It was the shallowest hyper turbo, regardless of online or live. But yeah.
Was the final table super short as well?
Yes. Well, what happened was that Anthony Spinella won every pot and crushed everybody. So it was really bizarre. There was a really fascinating ICM dynamic. Four-handed, Anthony Spinella has something like 110 big blinds, and the other 3 guys had like 15.
Oh, that's one of those spots where you can negotiate more than first.
It is, if they were able
if you're allowed to do that at the World Series.
As we've discussed forever, the World Series is shitty about that. But yeah, like Anthony was just picking on people. People were folding like, like Anthony would raise on the button, then people would be like folding king jack in the small blind and just like disgusted because there's nothing they can do because they're being held hostage by the pay jumps. It was, it's one of these things where when you're Spinelli, you're absolutely dreaming about it. I went back, if people want to listen to it, I think it's still on WSOP.com, and I commentated that final table along with David Tuckman and some others who jumped in, and yeah, it was a dream spot for Anthony Spinella.
Well, you talk about poker players being notoriously lazy and setting things up at the last moment. He had no plan. Anthony Spinella had no plans to play the tournament. A buddy of his called him up an hour into the tournament and said, look, you got to get onto a computer, get depositing, because this field is really soft. So he, I guess he raced to his computer and ended up late regging and took it down.
He just won a poker
surprising
bracelet.
to me because I didn't find this field soft at all. But I mean, I guess everybody gets a different table draw at the beginning.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like it's a very big field considering the 10K W Coupe got like 700.
Well, yeah, that's the entire world.
Yeah, they get.
I mean, I guess
I bet most of those players are in Vegas right now, though.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think you get a lot of online pros who don't necessarily travel, but I could be wrong. It's hard to kind of narrow that down. But I would say it's more accurate to compare to like a different 1K that's actually happening in the Rio, which tends to get like 4,000 or 5,000 players.
Yeah,
and there's not a lot of Brits there. They don't make the trek anymore. So a lot of Euros stay home from the World Series just because there's so much more that their tournament dollar can be spent over there on the EPT and all kinds of different places. So the World Series and the World Series goes over there every second year now too. So. Might have lost a little bit of the luster for the Brits. Event 65 was the $1,500 7-card stud 8 or better. It was won by a Brit, Jared Ringy.
He just won a poker bracelet.
I watched this one for most of the way because Mr. Idema went on another deep run, ended up third in this tournament. Same one he actually won 2 years ago, the 1,500 set 8, and ends up finishing third. He's got a habit of doing well in the same tournament. The 10K limit, of course, second and first.
He just won a poker bracelet.
He went on a deep run, and interestingly enough, Terrence, if he would have taken that tournament down, he would have the second bracelet of the summer, third final table. He would have moved into 44th on the Player of the Year Player of the Year list.
Absolutely absurd.
44th.
Yeah, like we've talked about this we talk about like every week, but like the POI is it's
crazy.
So terrible.
Event 66 was the Lucky Sevens, the $777 buy-in no limit hold'em, won by Connor Berkowitz.
He just won a poker bracelet.
I can't wait to get through this section just so we don't have to hear that drop anymore. 4,422 entrants for this one. That's a big turnout. These smaller buy-ins I think you have to say have been a giant success. This is great to see. Not only does it build a reason for people to come and maybe play other events, but it gets them into the World Series and feeling the vibe and the excitement, and maybe they buy 777. How far away is that from a 1K? So they're going to play some more tournaments. This one had a $487,000 for first for a $777 tournament. That's fantastic. They played down to I think it was a 4-day tournament. On day 3, they ended up playing down to 6. Prompting a funny tweet from a friend of the show, Lance Bradley, quote, "So the Lucky Sevens event playing down to 6 players today. Yeah, that's the number you should have stopped at. No other number comes to mind." Which I got a kick out of. 67 was the last event before the main event. It was the 10K version of the 19-game Dealer's Choice. Attracted just 108 entrants. And I want to ask you why in a second, T, but I will say it was won by Quinn Doe from L.A., his second bracelet, $319,000.
He just won a poker bracelet.
He beat out two-time. I don't even want to read this because now the drop's going to happen. He beat out two-time bracelet winner.
Fair. I mean, everybody's got to get
Rep Porter, but Rep didn't just win a poker bracelet. He won it ages ago. That drop does not apply. Terrence, 109 people before the last event before the main event. What do you think is the reason for that?
It's interesting. So we're going to have Bill on later in the show. Bill Chen, you already alluded to, and I know he loves the Dealer's Choice event. He loves all mixed games and does this, and he loves the sort of meta strategy that goes along with the Dealer's Choice. I feel like 19 games is way too many.
Really?
I mean, I feel like people look at the mix and they're like, "Oh my god, I've never even heard of all of these games," right? So I mean, you've got Badesi, you've got Badusi, you've got Badugi, you've got the Stud Q. You've got all these. I can't even remember all of the games, and I'll never get through it. Limit Omaha High. It's like stuff.
Limit Omaha High is in there?
I'm pretty sure it is.
Wow, that's a terrible game.
Yeah, like there's a lot of nonsense, and 5-card draw high is in there.
5-card draw high is a good game. I like that game.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I think just people
Is it
are
like all 3 variants of it, like limit, pot limit, no limit?
No.
Do those all count as different games?
No. I think Hold'em is the only game that where all of the options are available. Yeah.
So just before the main event, I think that's like people want to rest. I know I was talking to Dan, and he's like, "Well, I don't really want to, go 4 days, or I mean, that's a good problem to have, obviously, but maybe you go 2 days, especially with the structures, and you get tired out just before the main, and maybe you go on a long run in the main, and it costs you late in the main."
Well, and I mean, there's probably some aspect of that. I mean, I also think it's a 10K tournament. That's a tough field, right? Like, there's not a lot of soft spots, I think, in that field. Like, if you look at the Lucky Sevens turnout that we just talked about, well, it started the exact same day, went longer, and people obviously had no problem playing that. I know it's different people who play the 777 buy-in as opposed to the people who play the 10K buy-ins, but I'm not sure if that's a thing. I think poker players generally tend to give themselves credit for a lot of endurance, whether rightly or wrongly. I think it's a mixture of all of those things. It's of resting before the main event, not feeling confident in a lot of these games, and it's just everybody knows it's going to be a super tough field.
All right,
where did Dan come in Stud Halo?
Third
prize is you're fired.
Nice. All right, that's the wrap-up of the bracelet events that happened this week. We will not have those anymore. We'll have one big wrap. Well, we won't even have that. We'll have ongoing coverage of the main event next week. But also, we're going to get to some In Case You Missed It.
How did he miss the open goal? 6x4, and he comes up 0. Oh, no! Oh, yes! He missed it! He's missed it! How on earth did he miss that?
In case you missed it, there is a poker tournament going on. The entire poker world is focused on it. This is the DraftKings 50-50 main event. Everybody, half the field cashes. Terrence, what do you think?
Boy, you're really bitter about this prop bet thing.
I am a little bit bitter about that. No, but seriously, let's talk about the payout first. This is the main event of the World Series of Poker, $10,000 buy-in. Traditionally, this has been a tournament with, 11% cash. 11% of the field cash. It's much higher than that. This year was at 18%, I think. 1,000 of 6,420.
Well, they were always going to guarantee the 1,000, right?
If they were over 5,000, it was going to be 1,000 players, right?
Yeah.
So, first of all, let's talk about the payout. So, it's taking some heat from some people on Twitter. It's a divisive issue. Some people really like this, and some people do not like it. But here's the thing: there's some specific issues with not just paying 1,000 people, because that's a different subject altogether, but how they actually structure the final payouts. They said they wanted every player to be at the final table. I wanted everybody to be a millionaire. So that happened. And when you pay a bunch of people, a bunch more people, in this case 1,000, and you also guarantee $1 million to all 9 players at the final table, you've taken a large money out of the middle of the payouts, right? Mm-hmm. There's a large amount of money gone from guys who would make.
Well, it has to come from somewhere. Yeah,
it has to come from somewhere. So it's come from, and the reason I made the joke about the 50-50 thing is because this DraftKings thing, where half the people were paid, $1,000 and $1,500, at least $1,000 and $1,500 buy-in, in the jumps were 300 people to the next jump, and we see that this year in the main event of the World Series. First prize, $7.6 million to the winner, 649th place to 1,000th. All play 15. All pay 15K.
People.
351 people all get the same payout.
Yeah, that's a little bizarre. And 15,000 is the absolute worst number, right? Because if you think about foreign withholding, so if you're an American, you get issued a W-2G.
Right.
If you have a net 5,000 in winning, but if you're foreign and you have a net 5,000 winning, that extra is withheld. So they could have made it. I would imagine. I don't know if maybe their legal department told them not to do this or something. $14,999, and then the foreign players wouldn't have this withholding. You see this on like video poker payouts and stuff like that. And so that's. I mean, there are 350 people are going to cash for that amount. I'm going to go ahead and guess that maybe 20% of them are going to be not Americans, and then some of those will be subject to withholding. So that's a particularly bad number to end on, which really sucks.
For foreign players, it does, yeah. So what's your take on the? First of all, let's talk about the 1,000 people getting paid. The argument goes,
I like that. I mean, I thought when it was announced, I thought it was a good thing. I think more people cashing in specifically the main event is good. I mean, I'm not a fan of the DraftKings 50-50. I think that was silliness, and I wouldn't necessarily want 16-17% of the field paid going forward, especially not for more quote unquote serious tournament. If you're 5K 6-handed tournaments, that's probably not necessary. But for the main event, I think the main event is special. It draws people in, and I think it creates future incentives. So even if you don't have more people playing it this year because it paid 1,000 spots, because nobody really thinks of the World Series and be like, oh, it'd be really awesome if I could finish 844th.
Right.
Nobody's ever had that dream. But what ultimately happens is that a lot of those people will end up playing next year because they cashed for a profit this year.
Right.
And cashing is such a positive feedback mechanism for people, right? Like when you bust out in 912th place or whatever, you feel kind of lousy about it, but then you take your 15,000 and you go home, and then when April and May rolls around next year, you're starting to make plans for the World Series and whether you're going to play it again, you're going to have that positive experience, and you're going to remember how big of a rush it is to, when you got your chips up to like 200,000, and then, if only I didn't take that bad beat with aces against kings or whatever thing that happened to them. I think it's good for the long-term development. So I would actually see a lot of that. We saw that to some extent with Colossus. Colossus paid so many people that there was like a spillover effect, I think, in the other small no-limit tournaments, because like you had a bunch of people cashing in the Colossus for, like $1,300 or whatever it was, but you just had so many people who had their first lifetime career cash, and that psychologically is almost more important than the economic, I don't know what the word is, but the economics of ending up paying more people.
Now, does it take away from the actual luster of cashing? Because when I think back to the World Series, I've been lucky enough to cash a couple of times in the main. It was a big deal when the bubble burst. You were like 21, 22,000 or something, and the whole room goes crazy. Do you think that's with paying 15,000 and 1,000 people? Do you think that's
maybe a little, but you're still the top 16% of the field. I don't know if that's dramatically different from being the top 11 or 12% of the field. I think people, the reason why you have that big applause when they cash the main event is because most of the people in the room are cashing the main event for the first time, right?
Right.
I mean, even though you've got a lot of jaded pros there, it's still a lot of. I mean, I've played the thing 11 times and I've won lifetime cash in the main event. Like it's not necessarily as easy as it seems. I mean, we're not all Ronnie Barda and cash like 7 years in a row or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But I think that's the reason, because there are a lot of people who, if you've only played 4, say, main events, you're a dog. You're certainly a big dog to have cashed the tournament. And I think that's more what it is. And the difference between 16 and 12% is not that dramatic, I think.
Okay, let's talk about the final table. This need for the World Series of Poker to say that everybody who makes the November 9 is going to be a millionaire. And what that did was set up these ridiculous sort of differences between the final table and, just outside the final table. For instance, the difference between 8th and 9th, these are the millionaires, is 95,000. I think 9th gets 1,001,000 and 8th gets 1,096,000,
which wouldn't be so bad, except for the fact, which I'll let you do it.
So between
9th and 10th,
9th and 11th, actually, there's a $500,000 difference.
That is insane.
Which is crazy, and is actually going to change that final table bubble big time.
It's an insane final table bubble. So again, just for the people listening, I'm looking at it right in front of me. 11th and also 12th pays 526,000. 10th pays 756,000. 9th pays $1 million. So those are all kind of progressions of a couple $100,000. And then 8th pays 96,000 more than 9th did. It is the most awkward pay structure I have ever seen, because you have these 6-figure pay jumps followed by a non-6-figure pay jump.
Yeah.
It is really. They kind of screwed that one up. I mean, the $1 million for first thing is nice, but you probably should have found a way to flatten it out in a much more better sense. And Bill actually had a proposed thing on his blog about doing tournament payout structures that make a little bit more sense than this. But I mean, I don't think you need to have a PhD in mathematics.
It's not hard, right? I mean, it shouldn't be this difficult. There shouldn't be this much of an issue when they've been doing this for so long.
Yeah.
I don't understand why this first of all,
they're trying to do 2 gimmicks at the same time. Well, okay, so last year the gimmick was the 10 million first, and then this year the gimmick is the 1,000 played. But people were also mad that they didn't pay $1 million for the final table. Or I don't know if they were mad, but they thought that was a thing that was good. And in fairness, I went to my jiu-jitsu class today, and some guy mentioned the fact that like everybody at the final table got $1 million. So this is clearly spread to the popularity, because it's a nice little media catchphrase.
It might promote a little bit more exciting play at the final table for people playing for the win.
Yeah, there's not as much ICM. Certainly, I mean, like if we could definitely see a dynamic where ICM is kind of almost irrelevant. When you're at 9,
especially
8,
at the start.
Yeah.
Interesting. Day one, so we had, of course, as usual, or it was same last year, we have 3 flights of day one. Day 1A saw 741 runners, which continues this trend of, and the World Series of Poker in the past has tried to flatten these out as best as they could by shutting down registration for day 3. And so when people walk up to the wicket and they want to register, they either have to pick day 1 or day 2, because right now day 3 is full or on hold or whatever, forcing people to play the day the World Series wants them to play. It's a difficult issue, really. I don't know that there's a solution for this.
Yeah, and they always want to maximize the field size, so they don't really want to shut people out of a day that they want to play. Yeah.
Like people turn around and go, well, I can't play those 2 days. I'm not going to be in town. I guess I can't play this World Series. And whether that happens or not, I don't know. But, it's poker players. It's a thing where they want to see. They don't want to be the guinea pig, right? They don't want to bust out of the main event and then watch for 2 days as their buddies get all excited about playing the main event. Or it's almost that mentality, right?
I'm not sure if that's not, like you're saying that's why the A is the smallest.
I'm not saying it's the only reason by any stretch. I'm just saying part of it is because even myself, I'll think, well, which day do I want to play? Well, I want to see how it goes. The last thing I want to do is bust out the first day, and I guess for me it's different because I'm just going to go home. But if I'm in an environment where I'm going to stick around and be like, I got to listen to these.
And I think there are a lot of people like you. That's why I think I think day one is generally considered to be the most pro heavy day, because of that exact reason. Like you've got pros that have been here at the World Series, and if they bust out on 1A, they're just going straight home.
They're getting on a plane.
They're out of here. On the other hand, there's the complete opposite side, which is if you play 1A and you don't live in Las Vegas, that means you have to spend that much more time.
Several days.
Yeah, so it's harder to play 1A if you're a person who's just coming to Vegas just for the World Series main event, because you've got to take you won't get to play again for another 3 days. You either leave and you come back 3 days later, or you stay the whole time, and now you've taken an entire week off of work, and you haven't even made day 4 yet.
Yeah.
Because you won't actually get to play day 3 until 1, 2, 3, however many days it is after. Yeah, I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days after you've originally played your day 1. So I think that's more of a reason for the small field size.
Okay, so they get 741 runners. Last year, 771, so down a little bit, down 30 runners.
So proportionally, actually, not that much. Proportionally, actually, probably pretty similar.
Yeah.
Considering the whole field was large.
The field size, yeah. William Cacon ends as your chip leader after day 1, 152,000 in chips, and lower than I think the other days we'll get to, but less players to play against. I don't know. Wait, does that even make sense?
I'm not sure. Martin Jakobsen played 1A last year, and he finished with 200,000, which was more than anybody else. So.
Yeah. Day 1B was the day you played. 1,716 runners, down from 2,144 the last year.
That's a big drop. Yeah.
Give us your quick trip report on your day 1.
Well, day 1 was fine. Day 2 was not, but day 1 was fine. I had a very, I think, typical main event table draw in which we had 3 or 4 really strong players, or who I thought were pretty strong players. A couple mediocre, okay players, and then 2 or 3 players that just have no clue and just are in so much trouble in this tournament. And I think a pretty standard table draw. So trying to do the thing where you don't play too many pots against pros, and you try to play as many pots as possible against the recreational players, and you try to win as many chips as you can. And I think that worked pretty well for the most part. We started, and the tables. What's really funny is for the first half an hour we were playing 5-handed, because they always leave extra seats for late registrants, because they're expecting 6 hours worth of late registrants. So you get to play shorthanded for a while. I probably tried to get a little too creative early on. Ended up going down to 17,000 because I was just trying to win every pot.
You're playing max poker.
Yeah, exactly. I was trying to play like heads up poker, really. Just trying to win too many pots. And then I sort of battened down the hatches and started betting for value and exploiting the weaker players and staying out of the way a little bit of the pros. And it went well. So my plan on dinner break was to, we got a 90-minute dinner break. My house is not too far away. I was gonna drive to my house. My girlfriend had cooked some food. She said, "I'll have the food ready for you when you get home. So you come and walk in the door, eat right away, maybe have a short nap, and then drive back to the Rio." That was the plan. And then for those who don't know, that plan did not go very well, because about 20 minutes before the break was announced, it started pouring in Vegas,
one of the
most insane rainstorms that I think Vegas has ever seen. The debris is still on the ground. I'm looking outside my window right now. There's still crap everywhere. Torrential downpour. My girlfriend said it's raining sideways. Please do not come home and drive this. And the tournament actually went on break early because of flooding in both Amazon and the Brasilia rooms. So, they had to actually relocate tables They actually changed the break order of the table, which I saw Gavin Smith on Twitter was not happy about. They had to like move tables around. They broke tables different from the regular order
because the roof was leaking in several places. Right, there was like garbage cans filling up full of water.
The Amazon room was like the actual Amazon. Just as like there's like rain and trees and stuff inside. Yeah. So we went on a break actually like 9 minutes early with no warning whatsoever. They were just like, they just stopped the clock and they were like, dealers, after this hand, stop dealing. Players, you're on a 90-minute break. You got to, get out of the rainstorm. And people are like, well, what's going on? Like, there's a guy at my table who didn't speak English. I had to like translate for him in Spanish that there's what was happening.
Well, it's not like you can go outside. It's pouring rain at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, so we were all confused by that. Like, why are you sending us on break early? And then we found out later about the broken tables. Some people decided to brave the weather anyway and decide to go eat off property, which is often a good idea, but not a good idea on that particular day. I think Pokerstars was even doing some sort of Fuku Burger promotion on like Spring Mountain and Valley View a couple blocks away, and a lot of people ended up going to that and got stranded coming back.
Because I saw Spring Mountain was a river. It actually, somebody posted some video on Twitter. It was, and there was like an inner tube going down Spring Mountain. It was like an hollow river.
Yeah, so apparently where they had this, it was like low lying. Vegas is not perfectly flat; it's a bit of a valley, and you've got dips in the roads, and there's like a couple feet of water. You can see some of the news footage of this, or just people's Twitters. I saw one guy tweet that he had 90,000 in chips, but his car is just buried underwater, and so he was stuck. And I was trying to think, boy, I mean, I'm really glad I didn't leave the property, but if I were at like say Spring Mountain and Valley View, I would probably just like, I'll just take off my clothes off and I'll just run in the rain and run back to the Rios, get to the hand. I'm not abandoning my stack in the main event. That's not happening.
I was expecting to see Devo like in a raft rolling down Spring Mountain.
Yeah, he could have been charging for that, absolutely. But there were a lot of people apparently who came. Nobody at my table, but a lot of people who were like half an hour late. I played with a guy on day 2 who said there was somebody at his table who had a bunch of chips and showed up like 45 minutes late, coming back from dinner, which was just one of the. I've never heard of a poker tournament that got rained out before.
So you were at a table that didn't break. It was it went all the way through day 1. Did you have some anybody we would know at the table?
I don't remember their names. I did play with some players, and the guy on my left, I can't remember his name right now, but he was a really strong live pro from California. Cute French Canadian girl who I don't know the name of either. I can't say I knew anybody at the table. I did have a guy from Chile who I mentioned did not speak a word of English.
Right.
And my Spanish was good enough to try to help him out. But one of the more frustrating things that happened to me, and it didn't even really happen to me, was that this guy was on the shit end of every ruling because A, he wasn't very experienced at poker, and B, his English was not very good. And so there were all of these awkward situations where, he threw out a 5K chip and said 3. And there's like 11,000 in the pot, and he clearly meant to bet 3,000.
Yeah.
And the dealer says that's a bet of 300. And I'm saying, are you kidding me? Are you kidding? I know that might be the technical rule because we're playing 150, 300, so 300 is a legal bet. But use your brain, use a little sense of interpretation. On this, there was a bunch of other incidents. Like I said, he didn't understand why we were going on break. There was a situation, and this is a weird one, and I'm going to throw this out there to the listeners, where this gentleman was in seat 9, the one I'm referring to, and the gentleman in seat 1 is facing a bet from him and asked how many chips is he playing, and the dealer doesn't answer him, and he says, I'd like to know how much he's playing. And the dealer says, I'm not allowed to tell you how many chips he has. And which is one of the more bizarre things that I've ever heard. And so the guy now doesn't understand why what's being told. Because think about when you're there's all this conversation happening in a language that you don't understand, and everybody's looking at you. You're justifiably confused. I'm not allowed to explain it to him because of the English-only rule. Right? I could explain to him exactly what's going on, but he's in a hand. And if I speak to him in Spanish during a hand, that's a problem because nobody else knows what I'm saying to him and he's saying to me, and potentially obviously I would never say, this guy's bluffing, you should check raise him, but, or whatever, right? Yeah. Obviously I would never say anything remotely strategic. I would just try to explain what's going on. But it's what I took away from this is the World Series they always make such a big deal about how it's an international event and there's players from 95 different countries and there's bracelet winners from 17 different countries and it's great and it doesn't matter where you are or who you're from, as long as you know how to play poker, then. But there's no accommodation. But it's not true because this guy is at like such a huge disadvantage. And he's one of the guys who's lucky enough to have somebody at his table who speaks his language. Right. Like the random guy from some tiny country who doesn't have anybody at that table who speaks his language is in so much trouble. Like it's I don't know what the answer is because obviously like English only still is a rule. It has to be enforced and the tournament is in the United States and the language in the United States is English and that's fair. But I mean, well, why shouldn't the dealer be able to tell him how much he's playing? That was really weird. So I tweeted at Jack Uffel about this, and unfortunately, Jack is normally really good about this, but I was pretty unsatisfied with his answer. I explained to Jack that exact situation, and I asked, is he entitled to account from the dealer? And he tweeted back at me. He said, "Stacks should be visible and countable. If so, the player should be entitled to count himself. If not, he's entitled to account," which is, to me, the most confusing non-response that I've ever read. What does that mean? So what Jack is basically saying is, well, this guy, his only responsibility is to put his chips out in a way that the other guy can see them and count them for himself. Right. But that's a big problem. Some people have poor vision. Some people suck at counting chips. I mean, what are you going to do? Like, are we going to carry an optometrist on staff and say, like, I have problems? Well, Hal Labarsky's assistant can tell him. Exactly. Yeah. Well, okay, but I mean, sometimes I'm not blind. I mean, my vision isn't great, but it's decent. And I was sitting in the 8th seat, and at some point, the girl in the 3 seat, I'm in a pot with her, and I'm saying, do you and I said, I can't see if you have 3 chips or 4 chips, and then she kind of spread them out, and I was like, I still can't see if that's 3 chips or 4 chips, and I'm not blind. Yeah, I don't have great vision, but I mean, poker isn't supposed to be a game where like. This isn't baseball. Like vision isn't like a game. Vision shouldn't be a requirement to be able to play poker. I should just be able to ask the dealer, like, does she have 3 orange chips or does she have 4 orange chips? And I should get a reasonable answer. I don't understand why it would be bad for a dealer to count somebody down. It is really bizarre to me. So I tweeted back at Jack asking, like, can you explain to me why this is a rule? I mean, it seems to me that this is a proper function of a dealer to say how many chips that somebody has. And unfortunately, he never answered. Donnie Stern and Aaron Sturry both kind of said, like, hey, Jack, like, what's the deal? What's the actual answer here? And Jack, unfortunately, I mean, it's only been a couple days, but he hasn't responded. He's busy, I'm sure. But, we can ask him about that if we have him on in the future. So day one ends. What do you end up with? I bag 44,275, which is not as much as I was hoping for, but hey, it still keeps me in the fight. I was really happy with how I played. It's not the monster stack that you hope for, but it is what it is. You got to win whatever 180 million to win the tournament. So what's the difference between 40,000 and 60,000, right? You laid down a full house at some point. Is that right? I didn't lay down a full house. I watched a hand where I was certain. It was certain that it was correct to do so. So the board came out 10-7-7 deuce something, and I talked about the composition of the field where we had some strong players and we had some very weak players. And one of the weak player, the strong player leads out on the river for about I think 5,000, and then one of the not super tight, actually, he was actually quite loose, but super passive player raises it to about 12,000. And I'm thinking, this guy might just have quad 7s right here. And, it's raising, like, you start thinking, you think back to that hand in the 1 drop where a guy folded quads to the straight flush, and you're thinking, well, it's generally a bad idea to put the guy on one exact hand, but I don't think this guy can have anything other than 10s full or quad 7s. So, God, I don't know what I would do if I had 10s full right now. And then finally he tanks for about 2 minutes, not even that long considering his falls, turns over 2 deuces and folds. And I was like, well, yeah, there's no way he didn't have that beat. And that was just a really class laydown. It's one of these things where you would never ever fold a hand like that in like a 10K 6-max no limit or anything like that. But it seemed like a correct spot to do it because this guy was never ever turning his hand into a bluff. He was never just raising with trips or anything like that.
I made a laydown similar to that in the main event one year, and it was. I've talked about.
You can only do it in the main event, right? So, first of all, you're rarely deep enough in a tournament, to do it, and secondly, you never play against these guys where you'd feel comfortable doing it.
I remember the hand too. Let me see if you can get behind this fold. So somebody in late position raises. I have 8s in the big blind, and I flat. Okay. And we're pretty deep at this point. It's pretty early. I want to say it's late in day 1, like day level 4 or something. And I have like 25,000. I got a lot of chips here compared to the blind size. So this guy 2.5 X's, and I call. Flop comes Jack 4. I check, and he snap checks. Like not thinking about it. I checked, and his hand was basically in the air to check as soon as I checked. The turn's a queen. I check, and he bets fairly small, and I call. And the river's an 8. And I check, and now he bombs. He bets like 3 or 4 times pot or something. Like it was a really big bet.
Wow. And was this guy did you think he was a pro or a
No, he was an amateur for sure.
Okay.
And I thought back, and what got me to fold this hand was his snap check on the flop. The way he checked on the flop there wasn't any consideration of
wasn't like I have ace 5 and maybe I should check it behind. Yeah,
I'm going to tank here for a second to make him think I'm making some weird decision, and I'm going to check behind. It was like snap, and I folded the 8s face up. I showed him. I said, I don't think this hand's any good after maybe 2 minutes or something.
Wow.
And he shows me the Jack Queen.
Yeah.
And I was like, whoo, baby. It was just one of those, because I can't raise in that spot when he bombs that big. I mean, it's basically,
It's such an, I definitely, I liked your fold there. I mean, I thought, it's definitely interesting. How often do you get to fold a full house?
I'm not good at folding full houses at all.
For literally one bet, even if it is multiple-size pots. It was interesting. I was asking whether it was a pro or a recreational player. It's interesting. I was thinking that, like a lot of pros, this is the one tournament where they'll just bomb for value anyway if they think that you're capable of calling weak. But it is. I was saying this to some friends. The main event is a fascinating tournament for me to play in terms of poker. I find it so much more interesting than either the tough field tournaments, like your 5K shorthanded, your 5K on a Tuesday afternoon, and I find it way more compelling, obviously, than the 1500s or the 1Ks that are filled with a lot of really poor recreational players as well. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One, because it's so deep. Right, so you're getting to make these decisions across multiple streets, and B, because you actually have a combination of these people, right? You've got 3 good players and 3 awful players, and often you're in a pot with one of each of these guys, or sometimes you'll be in a pot and against a pro, and you're like, oh my god, I screwed up because I'm playing a huge pot against this pro, and I don't have a very good hand. And then there's other situations like your hand and this guy's hand, where you make a play where you would never, ever in a million years make that play against a pro, like folding a full house, or I had a hand where I bet like 1/8 of the pot or 1/6 of the pot with like the 8 of clubs on a 4 club board, big for value, right? Like any pro would just eat me alive if I tried to do that. Like they would just be like, oh, I'm either going to blast this guy off the 8 if I think it's some whatever middle flush he has, or I'm just going to fold and refuse to give him the value.
Yeah.
But it's such a fascinating tournament mentally for me. It's so much different than playing No Limit Hold'em any other time of the year, and it's just once a year. You get in so many weird spots.
Day 2B, I mentioned, had 1,716 runners, and it was Hamid Faiz who ended up with 182,000 to end the day. Not seeing any. Chris Bell was the first name I recognized in 11th at 130,000. So that takes us to day 1C, where we knew that, with the smaller turnouts in day 1A and B, we were going to see a big field. I don't think we had any idea about the size of the field that we did end up seeing in day 1C. The largest field in main event history for one day. The largest single-day flight, you mean? Yeah, the most people in one day seated to play the main event. Right. The biggest single-day seating of the World Series of Poker main event history. 3,963 players showed up after 741 I mentioned on day 1, 1,700 day 2. 3,963. They were seated in outside Buzios in the hallway. They were seated in the poker kitchen, Terrence, wherever they could set up a table. Not to mention the giant airplane hangars of the the Amazon room and the pavilion. I mean, they were everywhere on day 1C. Yeah, kind of insane. I stayed away from the Rio that day for obvious reasons, but I really enjoyed the pictures on Twitter of things like the bathroom line and just the mass of humanity that was going through there. Any way to balance this? Like, do you think they could say, look, we'll give you total reward points to play day 1? Like, is there anything that's creative? I mean, I'd never thought of that, but yeah, it's really hard. Like, 'cause it goes to what I said just a couple minutes ago, was if you only have a few days to come out, you're always going to play 1C, right? Yeah. If you're a guy with a job or with a family that he's got to get to, you kind of have to play 1C because it's the fewest number of days off. I don't really know how to balance it otherwise. You're such a good idea. It's like you're basically saying financially incentivize them. Right. It's kind of the only way, because you're always going to schedule, as long as you're going to have multiple days, you're going to have off days, right? Because you've already decided you can't run 7,000 people in one room. So I mean, I think the only way that it's really ever going to work is if they move into a larger convention center somewhere else. It has to be many times larger and just have it all in one day. But even if they had the table space, I don't know if they have the dealers and the staff to do it. That's true. Yeah. So, by the way, that wasn't my idea. So I think it was Poker Fraud Alert I was listening to that they came up with the TR points idea. But yeah, there's got to be some way that they can do it. I don't know how they can do it, but well, one way is, I mean, so it's sort of interesting is that somebody pointed out that it's been the first time in a really long time they didn't have 1A start on a weekend. Right. Yeah. And the reason for that is, of course, that this year July 4th was a Saturday, of course, Independence Day in the United States. And so that's a statutory holiday, and I guess they didn't want to conflict. They assume everybody is going to parties and doing stuff on July the 4th, which is probably about accurate. And so they didn't run a starting flight on that day. But usually, if you have a situation where, say, A and B are Friday and Saturday, Saturday and Sunday, and C is a Monday, well, theoretically, if you don't have to, you don't have to take a day off work on a Saturday or Sunday, or most people don't. Right. So they could choose to play an A or a B, and then you get those guys in the A or B the fields instead of the C fields. They were doing the last minute 1K flip satellites as usual. Another reason, by the way, that C is so big is because you've got all the satellites. Right. Yeah, they all run there, and I saw some people complaining about the rake. I think it was like $30 rake with 1,030 for the flips, and I'm thinking, if you're doing like 1K flips, is the rake a big issue? I'm sorry, but they were complaining about 3% rake. Was it? Maybe there was more than that. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I think you might be right. I think they are 1,030s. And it is a 3% rate, considering what everything else costs. Well, it's lasting 12 seconds. That's their argument. Like, if you have a $30 rake with... Well, but that's not their fault, because it's because they're asking for it, right? True. So I played a bunch. I played some from some 535 sit and goes, and most of those guys want them to be turbo. So they have a normal structure, but they also have a turbo structure where it's just 10 minutes levels, and I think they take out one of the level. And a lot of people agree to play these because they want the velocity. They just want to turn them over faster. So if you're the one doing it, then don't complain to the Rio about it. I mean, yeah, it would be nice if the Rio decided
take $10 rake or whatever. They don't have any responsibility for that. You're already getting a good deal when you're playing at 1,030.
The Degen spectacle is so great though, because everybody sweats it so hard. Like, it's fun, right? Like, you put up 1,000, you're going to win 10, and everybody's bending the shit out of their cards and squeezing, and sometimes they'll do Omaha or whatever. Like, Omaha flips are more fun, right? Yeah. And it's pretty amusing couple hours to watch when people are just like degenning off at 1K at a time.
Yeah. And then everybody who doesn't win that goes to try to sell as many pieces as they can in the hallway.
Yeah, exactly. One guy I saw, I don't know if you saw this, Terrence, said Brian Devonshire tweeted, he played day 1C, and he tweeted, new player to my right asks how many entries this is for me. Turns out this is his second entry. He's got 32,500 now. He's talking to the floor.
Oops.
Yeah.
Apparently, I mean, it's obviously an honest mistake. If he's
sure. He's like telling Brian, like, I've entered
how
twice.
How many bullets have you fired in this tournament? But I mean, I see that. I mean, there's so many multi-entry tournaments this year. I mean, he probably played one or two of those. And the cashier obviously didn't catch that he had already entered and registered for a flight.
Or he has maybe 2 total rewards cards or something, right? That's got to be the way it's...
Maybe, but then you would know that, right? Most of the time. I mean,
I don't know how that
I don't think so. I mean, I think those things stay in the system forever. But, I mean, that's possible. But I think most likely the cashier screwed up and didn't realize he was already in a different flight, which really the software should just prohibit you.
Yeah.
The World Series hasn't come out and said how this has happened, but it's... I mean, I feel like it's their fault more than his fault.
Some big names played the 1C. Aaron Paul from Breaking Bad was one of the players. He was at Phil Ivey's table. Aaron Paul then busted out of the tournament, and 9 hours after the start, Phil Hellmuth rolls up and sits down in his place at Phil Ivey's table. So it was pretty amusing to have probably the 2 most popular poker players in the world, well, 2 of the 3, at the same table.
And no ESPN coverage on day 1. Wah, wah.
Yeah. So remember when that happened all the time and everybody was screaming, oh, it's rigged for ESPN? Well, it does happen when they're not televising it as well. Speaking of the other most famous poker player in the world, Daniel Negreanu, he sat down at his table and started looking around and noticed that he thought he might have been in a Super Seniors event because at 40 years old, he was by far the youngest player at his table.
Real kid poker.
Yeah, and then you think it's rigged again because because he sits down and here's Daniel, who gets the sweetest, likely your super sweet.
How much did Daniel finish with on day 1? Do you know?
I didn't look. I'm not
he's
sure.
Still got a lot of chips now.
Okay.
Yeah, so he is well into
Pretty
day 2.
Good deal.
Mark Newhouse, who of course has finished 9th back to back in 2013 and 14. Played day 1C and busted out, so he was not finishing fucking 9th again. We'll get to that tweet a little later in 140 or less.
Oh, they've seen.
Yeah.
If you're listening to the show, you know that tweet.
You know what's coming. So you wanted to quickly talk about main event day 2A and B, I think.
Yeah, well, it's sort of interesting. So I always had thought, and maybe I'm just ignorant, that 2A and B were actually combined, but they are actually, although they play on the same day, they actually play separately. So everybody that I played 1B, everybody I played with on day 2 had also played 1B. So they are completely separate flights. A plays with A, B plays with B, C plays with C. There's sort of no crossing of that apparently at any point. Day 3 is the first day that you will ever play with somebody that was on a different starting flight. So I think there are really significant strategy implications for this. Sure. If you have field theories about the strength of the field, as I was saying, most people think, whether this is true or not, that A is the toughest because you've got all these pros that have been in town for a while and it's the smallest field, and generally people think that C is the softest because you've got the last minute satellite winners and the degens and all the people scraping up buy-ins, and you've got the guys who can't get all the days off work, all the stuff that I've already kind of talked to death. But I didn't know that you can combine A and B together. So if this is right, you really shouldn't play A, I think. I mean, I'm not sure, but I mean,
because you're playing 2 days with them.
Yeah, exactly.
You're playing against the toughest part of those days.
So you're playing, all the way up to I think 8 and 1600 against the same kind of field that you started with. Now, I don't know. I chose to play B, and I will probably continue to play B in the future because I feel like that rest day in between day 2 and 3 is really valuable.
Yeah.
So, if you make it through 2B, you get a rest day, and then you play 3, and then from there on it's consecutive. Day 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I think 8. I'm not sure how many days it is, but you have to play all the way through. So it's really important to get that rest day, in my opinion. But the guys who have the stamina to play through C, and if the C field really is a lot softer, then they have a big advantage playing both of the first 2 days with that softer field.
Indeed, William Wachter, a 94-year-old World War II vet, was playing on day 1C. 94. Wow.
No, actually, so he was playing on 2B. He was playing.
He was 2B in your day. Okay. Yeah. He was announced and got a standing ovation, which was pretty cool. He also ended the day with 103,000. So. That's pretty amazing. 94-year-old just crushing, just smoking the kids. Yeah, that's great.
Yes. Yeah.
Did not knock out Reno Doc, unfortunately, but no, he did quite fine. Hopefully he goes deep in the tournament. That would be a great story. Quickly want to talk about, I know we've taken a while here, but I want to quickly get your take on this practice of main event auctioning that's been happening this year, both on 2+2 on Twitter. Players have taken to auctioning off X% of themselves to the highest bidder. Which I thought was an interesting way to do it. Instead of the poker player deciding what they feel they were worth and then the marketplace reacting to that by either buying them or not, they just simply auctioned off, I guess probably setting a minimum of, 0% markup that, I'm going to auction off 10% of myself. And Timex was one to do it. Somebody bid $33.50 for 10% of Timex, so pretty hefty markup. Never Scared Beat, Ben Wilanowski from Vancouver, also auctioned off 10% of himself. He went for $2,300. Just for the sake of argument, Terrence, let's assume these guys are in the top 1% of multi-table tournament players. What do you think they're worth?
Well, I have no idea.
Obviously you're stabbing in the dark, but you've played the main event several years, and your evidence or whatever. What do you think the ballpark is?
So you remember, slightly dodged your question a bit, but you remember about 6 or 7 years ago that there were prop bets about, say, like Team Full Tilt, and somebody wanted to buy them at like 3.0 markup or something like that. I think we're beyond that point because I think even the bad players aren't as bad as they used to be. That being said, the good players are way better than they used to be. So, I feel like those prices are a bit high, but the reason why I tend to think that they're high is because Timex and Ben are so sharp that they would not be putting themselves in a situation where they're selling 10% of themselves for less than that 10% is worth. Especially Timex, who's sort of notorious for always getting it in good. In that sense, so I tend to think that I would like the under. Like, I don't know if I would pay those prices for those two guys, but I also don't really even necessarily know that much about their games, and I don't know. I will say, a lot of people think that this is like an unethical thing to do, or that like this is just usurious markup. And
so I didn't understand. If it's a pure auction, then I don't know how that argument.
It's a completely free market. Yeah. There's nobody whose arm is being twisted to buy these pieces. Like, you sort of alluded to this right off the top. It's almost in a sense more fair than some guy saying I am worth 1.8 markup, buy me or not buy me, because what naturally happens in situations like that is that you got the guy who was like, I would have bought that guy at 1.6, but that wasn't an option. Right. And then I don't have a choice, and I don't feel like he's worth 1.8. Here, there's just one guy who's willing to pay 3.35x markup for Timex, and great. Good for him. He thinks he's getting it in good. Timex is, I'm sure, pretty happy with that. I don't see any ethics with this at all. We're not talking about loaves of bread or gasoline where people meet these things. So we're talking about buying stakes in high-stakes professional poker players.
But here's the thing, though. The person who ends up buying it, a lot of the times, is going to be making a mistake, right?
Agreed. Yeah.
So you're going to end up, these players are going to be partners with a guy who made a mistake, who paid too much. You get in a bidding war, and I really want Timex. And but I mean, is that really a bad thing? I don't know. It's an interesting concept anyway.
It's gambling.
It's pure gambling.
It's gambling. Get over it.
One last thing before we head to break. There was an article on a website called Part-Time Poker, and it was written by Alex Weldon, and he was talking about the effect of having a big stack at the end of day one in the World Series of Poker main event, and how that correlates into going on a deep run. And he took data from the last 3 years. He took, I believe, this top, was it 79 players who had 150,000
everybody who
or more.
had every guy who had 150,000 or more, and it ended up being 79 players.
Yeah, so he had a look at that data, 79 players, and said, okay, how far do we expect these players to go based on the percentage of chips do they have, and what were the actual results for those 79 players? And I thought this was really interesting because it sort of tells you what you already know is that a guy with a big stack at a table has an inherent advantage because for all the reasons that are obvious. But how much of an advantage is that? And this was his sort of way to try and figure out. Did you read the article?
I did. I'm not sure if you're just saying this because you care so much about your prop bet with Pope, but you're bringing this up. You're like doing the research. I'm like, how bad did I get it in?
Right. Pretty bad, it turns out.
Yeah, this is a really interesting way of studying it. I did read the article. I mean, it's interesting because the question is, are the top three chip stacks, like how good are the top three chip stacks is really the question that we're trying to answer, right? Is it just guys who gambled it up and played like 80% of their hands and happened to just like crush their way into these gigantic stacks, or is it that you have a population of, say, the best 5 or 10% of the field, and some of them are going to run really good and end up with this huge chip stack? If it's the former, then you don't expect them to perform particularly well. You expect them to perform like around par or maybe a little bit better than par because, as you said, there's some inherent advantage to a big stack. But if it's the latter, if it's the case that they're actually good players, then we should be able to statistically demonstrate this. And I think the author did a pretty good job. So it's an interesting read. Maybe we should throw up the link in the forum thread so that people can take a look at that.
Right. So what he was trying to measure was, of those 79 players over 150,000 over the last 3 years that ended day one, how many of those players went on to finish in the top 27? And it turns out that they had, I think, 0.1% of the chips in play, or just short of that, 0.09% of the chips in play.
Yeah, right.
And the chip expectation of those 79 players finishing in the top 27 was 2. So based on the direct chip odds of these 79 players, 2 of them should make it to the final 27. Well, what happened was...
That's if they're average players, right?
Right, if they're average players, yeah. 79 of the 79, 7 made it to... Is that right? 7?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 7 players made it to the top 27. Which, and he claimed that this is... I believe he said 99.7% statistical significance. So a pretty... solid conclusion that having this big stack is really, really valuable after day one.
We still don't know why.
Right.
It should be pointed out. We still don't know why these people outperformed their base chip expectation. We don't know if it's because they're good, or if it's because having all the chips helps you, or if it's some combination of both of these things, which is probably the more likely thing, right? So, their ability to abuse the short stacks in the bubble and all these and threaten people's tournament and stuff like that, or just the fact that these guys are just better than average, and we're drawing from a population of
really
people that's just way better than average.
All right, so that's going to do it for In Case You Missed It this week. We're going to come back after the break and talk to Mr. Bill Chen, who's going to join us and answer our questions. We are a show that is sponsored by CrushLivePoker.com. This is our strategy sponsor for the show. Each week we we get a strategy tidbit from Mr. Bart Hansen, who sends us in and tells us how to play poker better.
Yeah.
And this is my long-winded intro to alert Ross that he's got to figure out exactly what the topic of said strategy minute is this week. What do we got this week?
Bart Hansen's still in the main event.
Bart is in the main event?
Yeah.
Nice.
That's what the segment's about?
That's his whole segment.
This is a strategy segment that he sent to us.
Yeah.
It's not about...
just playing poker on internet.
It's playing poker live.
Yeah. Live poker. And Bart's good at it, and he teaches us how to do it every week.
He does. What topic is he going to talk about?
Poker.
He's going to talk poker. All right.
Live,
so there's going to
probably live poker.
Some form of poker strategy coming up here right after I finish talking, and after the break is Bill Chen. So keep it right here. You're listening to the 2+2 Pokercast, presented by the Pokerstars VIP Club. More right after this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another 2+2 Strategy Minute brought to you by CrushLivePoker.com. I'm Bart Hansen, and this week I want to talk about how your win rate can actually be correlated to how long you play. I play a lot of no-limit capped games in LA, specifically the $5, $10, $1,500 cap at the Commerce Casino. And of course, what that means is you can't buy in for more than $1,500. So if you're having a winning session and you're up a lot, you'll have a lot of money in front of you, especially if you top off all the time. You could have as much as $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 in front of you. Because I feel that live poker is so much about short-term image, when other people see you with the amount of chips in front of you, that's a ton of chips, then they'll actually get scared of you. They'll want to stay away from you. They think that you are always making the correct decisions, which is going to be very, very good for you. So if you get into a situation where you're in a session where you're up a lot, towards the end of that session or in the latter parts of that session, when you have a lot of chips in front of you, your win rate's actually going to be higher than it is when you have a normal amount of chips in front of you. So in capped games, win rate can definitely be correlated to the length of your sessions. Now let's get back to the Pokercast.
Hey folks, don't forget to stay connected with the Pokercast gang between shows. There's a dedicated forum on 2plus2.com where you can discuss the most recent show, request a guest, suggest topics, or just chat about bacon and titties. The Pokercast forum on 2+2. Picks or get the F out. Hey, poker fans, don't forget about the 2plus2.com digital magazine. Each month, a wide array of poker professionals and media write fascinating articles about the game you love. Want to learn about big blind versus small blind hand ranges? How about optimal Jeopardy daily double strategy? Topics like those and many others are covered every month. Head on over to 2plus2.com to see what the magazine has to offer this month.
Hey, it's Mike from the 2+2 store and ProfessionalPoker.com. 2+2 is pleased to announce the release of their most anticipated book in ages, Applications of No Limit Hold'em, a guide to understanding theoretical sound poker by Matthew Jonda. This book will give you the ability to create the bet sizings and ranges which will beat the better players. The theory in this book is not designed to be complex or abstract, but rather it's intended to be applied immediately, producing better overall results. Many confusing concepts, such as overbetting, balancing multiple bet sizing ranges, donk betting, and check raising as a pre-flop raiser, are crucial to a player's strategy, despite few players implementing them or talking about them. And after reading this book, you should be able to not only conceptually understand these ideas, but also know how to begin incorporating them into your game, and thereby successfully compete against tough opponents. At the 2+2 store, we accept all credit cards, plus PayPal and NetTeller.
At the 800 table, UTG min raises to 8K with 32 big blind effective. Cutoff calls with 70 big blinds, and I call with 10-9 of spades on the button with a stack of 400K. Both blinds fold. Flop comes Jack 8-6 rainbow with 1 spade. UTG bets 14K, cutoff calls, and I overcall. The turn is the ace of spade, giving me a flush draw. UTG keeps on betting, 32K this time. Cutoff calls again, and I raise to 90K. After tanking for a few minutes, UTG lets it go. Cutoff takes even longer before folding too.
Team Pro Online's Marc-Andre French Dog Ladouceur is a Supernova Elite VIP. This is the 2+2 Pokercast, Presented by the Pokerstars VIP Club.
Hey guys, this is Bart Hansen for CrushLivePoker.com. Whether you're a recreational player who wants to compete at the tables, or you're a professional and you want to increase your win rate, the material that I've produced at CrushLivePoker.com will make you a better poker player. Act now and you can subscribe for free by using the coupon code TPC11. That's TPC for the Pokercast 11 and get your first month free.
Welcome back to the 2+2 Pokercast, presented by the Pokerstars VIP Club, continuing coverage of the main event that's currently going on, Day 2C right now. But joining us as our featured guest for the week is our old friend and Terrence's housemate, Mr. Bill Chen. Bill, welcome back to the Pokercast.
Hello.
Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it after, I know it's the worst day of the year, of course, when poker players bust out of the main event. You did as well as Terrence. Give us your thoughts looking back on the World Series. I know it wasn't a great World Series results-wise for you. How hard is it for you to look back on sort of this small sample size of tournaments and hands that you end up playing and decide if maybe I didn't play my best or I ran poorly, or how do you go about making that sort of a decision there?
Well, I mean, obviously, whenever you do badly, you ran a little poorly, because you could play badly and still like have success. Like last year, I know I overperformed last year when I made 3 final tables. Until I made the tables, it's really tough. I think you got to give yourself a little bit of a break, because I know in my play I'm gonna make mistakes, which when I look back at the time, I'm like, oh, well, maybe I should have done this instead of that. But I'm actually happy with my overall play. I concentrated in kind of the mixed games and kind of limit tournaments. I think I did well in that. In no limit, I think I was a little rusty, made a little mistake, but it's good to kind of look back at it. I mean, it's always sort of a learning experience. One of the things I have to say is that, when it's sort of like when Terrence and there was a group of friends that were like really good at limit hold'em, and when I was playing, I didn't feel I knew as much as they did, but I kind of always wanted to be able to play well, kind of within kind of my own level and understanding, even though I didn't kind of understand some of the really advanced plays, So that's kind of my perspective. I want to kind of grade myself along the lines of the performance that I feel I'm capable of doing, and not go, well, I did something really stupid because I should have been blah blah blah.
Right.
Right. So yeah, it always helps to look sort of, at did I make the right decisions, and then to have a peer group that you're confident with, that can help you through those, is really important. Right. One of the things that I notice and that I always admire about you is that you had a terrible World Series. I think you had 1 min cash, and you played 25 events, maybe $100,000 or more worth of events, right?
Right.
And you still have this really positive attitude, and you played a bunch of cash games on the side. You just couldn't get enough poker, going through. You were, a lot of people would have just been fuck this, this is terrible. I hate this poker nonsense.
My hand is in the air. That's me right there.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I felt the cash games played to my strength, because that's sort of what I looked at and analyzed, and I really like cash games for their 15 game mixes because, I think there are a couple of players in each game that aren't really familiar with the game that's being played. And I just want to kind of be relatively competent at all the games. So, I'm happy. I mean, the World Series obviously was a disappointment, but, I'm not going to quit poker. I'm not going to say, man, this fucking sucks. I suck.
One of the things about playing those cash games, Bill, especially in this era of mixed game tournaments at the World Series of Poker that we're in now, where they're basically putting out this schedule full of events that a lot of people have fun playing, but maybe, like you say, aren't real good at the game. So let's take the Dealer's Choice event, for instance. You've got, 19 games, 18 games, whatever it is, and you've got people that have probably never played or haven't played 100 hands of, Badoogie, for instance, against people who, like yourself, who go play cash games and they're going to get experience in it. It's got to be it's an era where you've got games with a really big edge for some people.
Well, I think that's sort of the thing. Like if you go to Aria, the kind of high limit, limit games are the cash game, are the mixed games. And I guess the feeling now is people don't want to just play games in which they're playing against a specialist. Like when there were 200, 400 limit hold'em games or triple draw games, you're playing against people who are really, really good, and there's more diversity. So I think there's a feeling amongst, and this is definitely true, that for the top players, if they have good kind of poker intuition, and understand bluffing ranges, betting ranges, they can more easily go from one game to the next and kind of do well.
So turning this into something practical, Bill, if we've got a lot of people listening to the show who maybe they only play Hold'em or they only play No Limit, is there a thought? Have you put thought into you should actually learn to play these games? I mean, because with a slate of 15 possible games, your resources are limited in which games that you can learn. How do you decide, which game should I learn to play next?
Well, there's sort of three kind of just wide categories of games. There's the flop games, there's the stud games, and there's the draw games. And I think if you put things in those three categories, that's kind of the first demarcation. I think if you learn how to play one flop game really well, one draw game really well, and one stud game really well, that actually gets you sort of started in learning a bunch of games. And there are a lot of opportunities. The Rio has the 2040 mixed game, or they did, each day. The Aria has the 918 mixed games, all of which are great games, and you can learn a lot just by sitting in. I know that some of the very top pros even sit in the 918 game while maybe waiting to do something or waiting for our game. David Bach loves those games,
right.
For instance.
So in terms of practically, so that's really good advice. So one flop game, one draw game, one stud game. And I would also go to say to learn the different betting structure types. So no limit, pot limit, and fixed limit are also different axes of this graph. But in terms of a practical solution, so let's say somebody decided they wanted to learn stud, for example, what's their best way of doing that? Mm-hmm. Is it go find good stud players? Is it just play a lot of games? Is it run a lot of equity simulations? What are the things that people need to do if they're starting to approach a new game?
I think all of those are good things. Fortunately, in our house, we have Graves, Matt Rickenstein, who's a really good stud player and has a lot of success, heads up online. I get a lot of value from talking to him. And, the problem with some of these areas like stud is that there have been very few books and very few recent books. So if you can get a peer group with like stronger players, that's always good. But you can also run numbers. For example, an understanding in stud high of if you have the queens against your opponent's kings, what's your probability of actually winning at the end, and how that governs your decisions on, third, fourth, and fifth streets. Or, like, if you have a flush draw, how different are your flush possibilities if, like, 1, 2, or 3 cards are dead. Kind of working through all that math initially also helped me in my games.
One of the questions, Bill, I always had about stud was, and sorry if I cut you off there, but I just wanted to ask you this. What's the value of disguised hands versus hands that are sort of face up? And this is a problem I run into all the time because I know there's some hands in stud, because when I play it, I play pretty nitty just to keep myself out of real marginal spots. But I know that there's probably some value playing hands that are disguised versus playing hands that are sort of face up on my board.
Right. That's why I say the hidden pocket pair is a little bit better than the exposed pocket pair. I mean the split pair. Like, unless you have aces and you're going continually raising with a 4, and people can kind of put you on like 2-hole cards. So yeah, I like the hidden pair because when you hit trips, you definitely extract much more value than when you have split 9s and pair your door card. So I think with that, you have to kind of count the extra bets you're kind of likely to get once you hit a 9. And also, like, hidden draws are great when you have a hidden, say, gut shot draw when you're kind of representing a flush draw. Right, you can actually kind of raise, and you have the extra out of hitting your hidden kind of gut shot value. I think that those have value, but I think that the thing that has most value in stud is, of course, like the live cards. Right.
Sure.
Actual tracking how many outs you have is. Right. Kind of important. I mean, I think stud is like the most complex of the 3 games because you can play like hands fairly creatively.
The 3 stud games?
Even in stud, yeah, the 3
stud
the 3 major stud games.
Right.
Stud or stud 8 or Raz. Right. Now there's the super variance, which I'm not as familiar with, but in stud high, for example, if you raise with a king, you can have a king high flush draw, you can have king queen 10, or you could actually have a pair of kings, or you could have a pair of 6s with a king kicker. That you have like just a variety of hands you can play and kind of represent, and as sort of in stud 8, if say a low card or an ace raises, you're very limited in what you can play with a king showing, like
sure.
Pop.
Okay, so that's stud. So let's talk about the next category games, which are draw games. Now there are a zillion draw games, and I think people may be intimidated. Yes. You can play Deuce to 7, which is probably the most well-known one. But there's Ace to 5, Badusi, Badugi, Badesi, and then not to mention there's No Limit Deuce, and high. Right. Like what would the approach be? Like what would the sort of meta learning approach to approaching draw games be? What would your recommendation be?
So I'll tell you what I did. I actually learned how to play triple draw deuce really well first. I mean, I actually do think there's value in concentrating on like one game in each of these categories and sort of learning how to play that really well. And it's the most known game, as you said, and it kind of gives you kind of a background. The draw games I always say are really cool because it's the only kind of poker game in which you can change the outcome of your hand. You can actually decide which cards to pitch and how many to pitch and so on and so forth. And this becomes really important in the split pot games, but you do sort of have some decisions that sort of control your destiny. So I would actually learn triple draw first, and then the other variants are just kind of knowing how split games work and things like that. Free rolling your opponent is an important concept in split pot games. And when you play Badesi and Badusi, which is, triple draw with a Badugi component, you always want to be on that side. You always want to, be sort of free rolling your opponent. Like, you could have a good 4-card Badugi and be free rolling like a pat hand. And, so I think it's a difficult question because I can't give one formula, but I would say if you get really good at one game, that's probably in the category. That'll give you a good springboard to the other games. Because I was really good, I felt I was really strong in triple draw. That made it much easier to play Badugi, Badesi, and Badusi and the other variants.
Sure.
I'll tell you one thing I made a mistake at, though. There was one night where we played ace to 5 triple draw half of the night, and I assumed, deuce to 7 is one of the games I'm most comfortable with. I'll just map that to ace to 5 hands. And looking back, I think that was a terrible mistake. And I was talking to Terrence a little bit about that. And the reason is because the 3-card draws were just getting there all the time. They were just making 6s. I'm like, I must be getting unlucky. But then I thought about it. Any 3-card draw you start with an ace of 5, even 6-3, it's basically like having 7 deuce in triple draw. You don't have any straight awkwardness, which sort of blocks you. You have just as much chance of making a 7, drawing to deuce 7, as you have with any 3-card draw. I mean, you have as much chance with any 3-card draw in ace to 5 as you would with the premium 3-card draw in deuce to 7, and that makes sort of all the hands stronger. In multi-way pots, you should not expect your 7 to hold up in ace to 5 as much. So
even though you expect eights to win a lot in deuce to 7,
what?
Right? Even though you expect eights to win quite
comparably. Right. So for people who don't know how to play that much, an 8 in deuce to 7 should be if you're just doing a rough mapping, it's fairly comparable to a 7 in ace to 5. And I sort of made that mapping, and it was sort of a lazy thing to do because, especially in multi-way pots, 7 aren't often that good in ace to 5. It's much easier to make your hand, and I think I lost several bets not understanding this concept. So you can also be kind of too confident in your ability to jump from one game to another, even a game that's a very similar variant. So, you should be careful about that, too, when you go to a new game.
And the flop games, Terrence, I think we've talked. I mean, everybody. If you can't play the flop games yet, you probably shouldn't be. Playing these.
There aren't that many people who don't know how to play at least Hold'em or Omaha, at least kind of competently. So there just aren't that many flop games too. I mean, there's not that much Courchevel being played these days. I don't think.
No.
Bill,
that's been played a lot.
That's true.
I mean,
that's a good point.
That's kind of the new thing, but
that's
yeah.
Neat. Yeah. The Dealer's Choice event, we Adam and I talked about this just a bit earlier in the show. I know that this was an event because I hang out with you that you were really excited about playing both, I think, the 1500 and the 10K, and you like all the mixed game stuff. We were trying to think about, they only got 108 players for the 10K. Is this an issue where there are maybe too many games, and even someone like yourself, maybe you have an advantage playing a lot of the exotic variants, but does that scare people away? If you were in the World Series shoes, would you run more variants in this Dealer's Choice, or there's also a lot of debate about whether the 8-game and the 10 should have become a 10-game like it did this year. We talked about that a couple weeks back. They added mixes to those games that might have made people uncomfortable. What do you think is the best thing to do in the best interest of poker generally, not necessarily like pros like yourself?
Yeah, I think that's a really difficult question because, I mean, a lot of these mixed games where you throw in Badugi, where a lot of a lot of the pros do play Badugi, and a lot of the generalists, a lot of the people who aren't pros don't play. It's difficult. They might get scared off a dealer's choice event, but I think the thing is to have these games kind of go into the mainstream. So I think they should have a horse event. I think they should have a 10-game event, and I think they should have a dealer's choice event. So, the horse games are more traditional games. The 10-game mix are the 5 traditional games plus 5 that are people less familiar with, and the dealer's choice. I think it's great to have all those tournaments, but they should consider a Badugi tournament, trying to bring some of these games to the mainstream, because I think a lot of these draw games are coming to the mainstream. A lot of the players that typically started with No Limit Hold'em are now kind of getting into these games as, at the lower limits when these exist. These mixed games are great. So I think it's just a propagation of more of these games into the mainstream that what has to happen. And I think for the World Series, producing just a Badugi tournament, maybe at a 1500 level, and introducing just a mixed draw tournament where they just play triple draw on Badusi, etc. in rotation would be great. Just to get these games out, because I think the people who want a challenge and who want will go, if I play all these mixed games, this is more fun and more challenging than just kind of grinding out one game. I mean, what do you think? Do you think that's reasonable, or?
Yeah, I mean, I'll speak as one of the people that was sort of intimidated by a lot of these, because I've absolutely no experience in Badusi or Badusi, and it did certainly intimidate me to some extent. Whereas, the standard sort of 8 games, I'm much more comfortable in those 8 games. Now, I probably wasn't going to play a 10K anyway of the 8 games, but I feel like I'm one of those people who is somewhat intimidated. But on the other hand, if people are never exposed to it, then that kind of hurts the growth of poker long term, because what's one of these things that's keeping poker interesting to people is just that there's new stuff all the time.
Yeah, and I think if they had a 1500 Badugi tournament or a 1500 draw tournament, you might play that.
Sure,
right?
Certainly, yeah. I mean, well, this is an interesting anecdote from earlier when there was the 1500 No Limit Deuce to 7, and I woke up in the morning and Bill was awake, and he asked me if I was going to play it, and I said, well, I've never actually played this game before, so I don't know if I should. And then so we ended up spending about 20 or 30 minutes talking about it. I looked at some videos of old replays of people playing No Limit Deuce, and then I started, maybe I got a shot. I put it on Twitter, and I said, well, do you guys think that I would be a favorite playing in this? And then I had 5 people say well, I'll buy a piece of you, which was, I thought, the really the funniest commentary, because it just goes to show that I think most people don't have a lot of respect for the average player in a 1500 field, more than they think that I'm a great player.
Well, I think Deuce, to me, No Limit Deuce seems like a specific tournament that is really pure poker. It's very close to pure poker, where when you're playing another game that isn't maybe as intuitive to a poker player that hasn't played the game, Badugi, whatever. It seems to me,
but they're all still poker players that are playing it, right? You're not just picking people off the street.
Right? No. What I'm saying is for you to be comfortable within the game, not relative to the field, but I'm saying I think No Limit Deuce is a game, and maybe Bill can correct me if I'm wrong, that I think you would quickly become comfortable with, rather than maybe another game like Badusi or whatever.
Yeah, I actually think Terrence is one of the people that has played a lot of poker and has good intuition that he can just pick up a new game really quickly, and at least and understand how to play it, because he's No Limit experience. He plays triple draw. He's played the draw games, so he can kind of I think I agree with you. No Limit Deuce is a good game to have good poker intuition and just jump in and play. And I think Terrence would is a strong player in that. Like, for example, I heard the winner didn't know how to play the game beforehand.
Right, never
and
played
he won
it.
the tournament.
Bought into the wrong event.
So, yeah, I can't imagine that happening in, say, like the Daisy tournament or something like that.
Right.
You've just played Hold'em, and now you're going to play the Daisy and learn quickly enough to win the tournament. I think
or you show up for the $10,000 horse tournament and you don't know the rules of some of the games.
Oh, we'll get to that. Why don't we talk about that, Bill? At your 10K horse tournament was a professional hockey player, Simon Dupre, and there was a couple of funny stories that came out of that. First of all, how does the guy decide that is the tournament he's going to play this year?
I think he just got put in the wrong. Like he just showed up for the World Series and said, "I want to play the next tournament." Probably, and he didn't understand. Like he didn't know the rules of Raz. We tried. It was sort of the ethics. He stopped in the middle of the hand and asked for the rules.
Wow.
Of course, we told him the rules, but there's sort of an ethical question there. Like, can you ask about the rules of the game you're playing in the middle of the hand? Like, we try to tell him the rules in a neutral way without, like, giving him advice on his hand, but it was actually very, like, difficult.
You mentioned you were playing Raz, and there was a Raz hand where he called you down with a full house or something?
He didn't call me down. He called another player down with Jack's full because he didn't know the rules of Raz, but he stopped on like 5th and 6th. He stopped on 6th, I think it was either 5th or 6th Street, and asked, "This is Raz, what's the rule?" Like, we had no idea because he played like the Omaha and Hold'em rounds like pretty reasonably, it seemed. But when we got to Raz, he just asked basically, you take your 5-card low hand and his 5. You take your 5 cards and try to form the worst 5 of the 7 cards and try to form the worst possible hand. Except straights don't count against you. We had to kind of explain that, but he still called down with a full house on the river and showed the hand because he was sure.
Wow.
What was his board showing? And so, like, the opponent does the opponent have him board locked? I mean, his opponent must just be, like, laughing all the way to the bank if he's got him board locked, right?
Well, I don't know if it was an exact board lock because he ended up with Jack's full, so he did have 2 Jacks and, like, a 6 and another card. But, of course, he could have made a low sort of independent of the Jacks. So I don't know if the opponent had a board lock on him, but he had a pretty confident bet, especially given the
guy's asking for the rules in the middle of the hand. A side note on this, by the way, I was telling Adam beforehand that I heard that Simon Dupre had to delete the tweets about playing poker at the World Series, which I thought was unfortunate because it's always some good publicity when you got professional athletes playing in the World Series.
Was there a lot of tweets?
I don't know. This is just what I'm told, that he had he deleted all of the references to himself playing poker at the World Series.
That sounds like an agent thing, like we were saying. It's not really an NHL thing because, of course, Luongo plays a lot of poker, and it's well known that
they're all the sports leagues are so gambling phobic.
Yeah,
but, NHL team in Las Vegas coming soon.
I was going to say it's so sad because as we were talking about, like, all these different mixed games and all the strategies, it's clear poker is a really strategic game. It sharpens the mind. It really, like, helps people think in a way that they wouldn't really have thought before. And, there's a lot of strategy, especially as defensemen in hockey, I'm sure. And, I'm sure, like, he's taking a different avenue to sort of explore things and sharpen his mind. And I think there should be no negative publicity from that.
No, for sure, I agree. I want to ask you, Bill, about your approach in the dealer's choice game to picking your game when it was your turn. There was sort of these 2 schools of thoughts of pick the game that I'm the best at, or pick the game that these guys in the short time that I've been here, I feel like they're the worst at. How you go about sort of with incomplete information, how you go about making that decision.
Well, I think there are kind of 2 different modes. There's definitely picking the game in which I think you should always try to pick the game in which you have the comparative advantage over other players. Like I started the game with Rep Porter, who was, finished second in the tournament, and he had ideas of what game he was going to call. And, we were just calling a bunch of different games at the beginning to try to explore the space to see what games people weren't comfortable in. And it turned out that Omaha High Limit was a game that people really made a lot of mistakes at early. So I feel at the beginning, like when the limits are low, you sort of want to explore the space of games to see which games you may have a comparable advantage over. But I think kind of late in a tournament when you get like medium short stack or short stack or micro short stack, you call games for strategic opportunities. Like, I don't know if it's right, but I called stud 8 when I was really short because I felt not stud 8, stud no qualifier when I was really short because, there's overlay of the antes, but there's also the fact that most stud no qualifier hands when they're heads up are not tend to be split. So, you can survive for a while. So I think there's this strategic kind of calling game aspect at the end. But I think at the beginning, you just try to figure out where your comparable advantages. Like you might be the fourth best player at the table, but in like a particular game. But if the fifth and sixth players just don't know how to play the game at all, that still might be like a good game for you. You know?
If you're close to those four guys, if it's all fairly close, and the other two are a long way away, I can see that being a good game for you.
I'm curious what games are most popular in those dealer choice tournaments. I feel like No Limit Hold'em must never get picked.
It got picked a bit at my table. I think Stephen Chidwick picked it every time or almost every time. And I think there were a lot of big bet players who played that tournament, and that's unlike the ring game that happens. The mixed ring games, the big bet players generally don't play because they have their own PLO or big no limit game that they will choose to play. But I think there definitely were tables in which 3 or 4 of the people were calling big bet games, like either no limit, PLO, or Big O, or PLO 8. Just because that's where they thought the comparable advantage is, which is very reasonable in this type of tournament. Yes, everybody plays no limit, but you would expect the top limit players to have huge advantage over the people who play limit mixed games every day, and I think this is the case.
Well, I think this also speaks to what we talked about before of how to learn, playing in a $1,500 buy-in tournament to sort of learn these games. So if you're a no-limit specialist, it's less of a disaster to play the dealer's choice tournament than it is to, say, play the 1,500 horse. Because in 1,500 horse, you're being forced to play all these games you're not good at all the time. Whereas in the dealer's choice, you're also playing games that you're weaker at, but once every, 6 orbits or so, you get to choose a game that you're good at.
Right. I mean, the point I'm kind of making is also a lot of even the players who would be really good at, who'd be reasonably good at the big bet games may not want to gamble because at no limit because they think they have more of an edge, playing the mixed games. There was a story where Matt Glanz last year in the dealer's choice called No Limit Hold'em and got stacked with kings versus aces, and there was a question about whether he should have called the game. He says, "Well, I was playing with a bunch of limit players, and it seemed that they were uncomfortable in no limit and didn't want to go bust." So it's always sort of a question. I know Phil Ivey in the 50K complained about busting on a PLO hand. Like, he's probably one of the best, like, course players in the world, and maybe it's wrong for him to just take a slight advantage in a PLO hand.
Bill,
I don't know.
What would you say to a guy who is, maybe he's a no-limit hold'em player? He's not a professional player. He's got some time to devote to poker, and he wants to maximize his ROI for his time and his enjoyment, I guess, to some degree. And I know that's probably specific to him, but what would you say to a guy like that who, do you think, like, is PLO a game he should, focus on for live cash games, or is there enough mixed games around, do you think, that this is something that the guy should move towards and learn these games?
It's always difficult, like, especially for somebody who is working and can't devote a lot of hours to poker. Like, I'm in that state most of the year. I do. I'm one of the few people in the world that get a month off to play the World Series, but it's difficult because, like, you can keep playing the game you're good at to maximize your ROI immediately, but then that might not be the best sort of long-term view, right? The best long-term view may be to learn more games that you're comfortable playing games in a mix, or if you're really good, like, for me, for example, I'm not that good at PLO. I haven't really devoted that much time to it. And when a really great PLO game breaks out, but at kind of a high limit I'm not comfortable with, I kind of miss out. I can't, like, just go, oh, well, I'll jump in a game and play this PLO cash game because, I think you can't emphasize everything, but I think instead of just kind of keep playing no limit and kind of maximizing your immediate ROI, what you can do, I mean, there are many resources, like home games amongst players that actually play the mixed games are sort of a good way to learn because you'll also get feedback. Just playing sort of a PLO tournament or PLO cash game will also kind of help you there. And the people who are fortunate enough to be able to play online, you have access to a variety of games, even at the lower limits there. So, there are a lot of ways to actually get in and start playing games where not a lot of your money is going to be at risk. And, I would encourage people to do that sort of as a long-term view. I think it's going to help you years down the road if you think poker is going to be like a serious hobby.
I want to ask you about your book, The Mathematics of Poker, that you co-wrote with Jaron Ankerman a few years back. First off, give me an idea of how is that continued sort of sales? How are sales doing? Also, I'm sure I'm not the only one, but I have trouble making it through. I've got to stop and restart and think, and some of it I just obviously is over my head. I want to ask you, do you have any trouble reading through it sometimes?
Well, I have to a lot because people on 2 plus 2 said, in this equation, blah, 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 I think you're missing an X prime. Like, oh, okay. but seriously, yeah. No, usually when I skip back, I remember what we did. But, sales have definitely slowed, but I'm always surprised when, like, Sauce 123, who finished at the final table with 50K, like when he was at my table, he said, your book really helped me. If there's like one book in the poker world I'd recommend, it's yours.
Wow. And
I take that as a compliment, even though, like, he said, I really used your book a lot. Like, I take that as a compliment, even though I'm thinking, man, maybe I could have done that and won all the money you did.
Yeah. You created a monster for sure. It's awesome.
Right. I mean, it's always like you lay the theoretical groundwork and people kind of take what you did and like go further with it and go, oh, well, I can apply it here, and they take it further than you do, and they apply it at like a higher level than what you talked about in the book. It's good to see. I feel
one thing I didn't actually know. Matt Matros was actually the one who told me this. I didn't know, you guys had sent me a copy of The Math of Poker before it was published, but originally you apparently had the thought to write it actually as a math textbook, like as an academic textbook, and then you at some point changed your mind and decided, okay, we'll do a poker book with a math emphasis as opposed to a math textbook that also teaches poker.
Well, I think Chuck Weinstock approached me, and not Jared, but Andy Lotto, 3 or 4 years before the book was published, like around 2001, 2002, about writing this book. And we thought, well, what would be good? Well, the poker text at that time sort of lacked rigor. So if we did it as a math textbook and had like problems at the end and, solutions and things like that, that might be great. But, poker players are procrastinators, and we didn't really get to that. And then the poker boom hit, and, what Jared and I were doing was using a lot of game theory to come up with our strategies. So it was just sort of a natural fit to write The Mathematics of Poker, given our experiences. But yeah, it was originally suggested as a textbook several years ago, but not much was done on that, and we changed one author. So,
Bill, I want to ask you about a tweet that you sent out, and I thought it was interesting. You said, so a friend asks main event advice. A guy is in sunglasses, but I can still see his eyes. What do you know about blink rates and bluffing? This guy asked you this. I thought it was funny.
Right, I was going to hashtag math of poker on it. I'm like,
right.
Well, I think this just shows you that, it is one of our, close friends, and it just shows you how you can be kind of distracted by, minutia and not concentrate on maybe the things you should really be thinking about. And instead of trying to figure out his blink rate or bluffing, maybe try to figure out the range of hands he's playing, how aggressively he's playing, stuff like that. Maybe that'll help you a little bit more,
Yeah.
And I'm not the one to ask about blink rates. But it did engender an interesting conversation, because we looked up blink rates and lying, and there's links and studies between that. And we were wondering whether kind of lying was the same as bluffing, because kind of psychologically, I think it's different for me. When I'm lying, I feel guilty. Like I tell my friends, well, I'm busy during that time. I might not, I feel really bad and guilty about it. But when I'm bluffing, I don't feel guilt at all. My feeling is I just freaking want it to work, and I just want the guy to fold. It's like different psychological responses. Do you think? Is that true for you guys, or is it?
Oh, I think so. It's hard to think. Maybe if I were playing against one of my best friends in the world, and the money meant a lot to him, I would maybe feel bad if I bluffed him out of the pot, and maybe there would be a tell of that variety. But if I'm playing against a random person or stranger, or even somebody I like, I don't think of bluffing as lying or deceiving or being deceptive. I'm just thinking it as part of the game, right? So I probably would have. But if if I'm check raising, my best friend off of his last meal,
but there should have been a conversation before that, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. How do we get into this position?
Yeah, exactly. That's never. Yeah, we're gonna stand up and cash out before that happens, probably.
So Bill, we have we had a number of questions that other people on Twitter wanted to ask us, but one thing that Adam was particularly interested in, because he's got this prop bet about how well the chip leader on day one will do is there's a guy named Alex Walden at parttimepoker.com, and he wrote a piece about tracking the opponent, the performance of how people do when they accumulate a big stack on day one. And of course, you would expect people who get lots of chips on day one to do well, but it's a question of how well do they do. And so what this guy did was he took the 79 players who finished day one over the last 3 years with 150,000 chips or more. So they 5x their starting stack or better. Of those 79, we're just going to kind of test Bill Chen's intuition here. What would you put as like the expected number, and maybe also the standard deviation of that number, who managed to make it to the final 3 tables, the last 27 players? Like, how often do you think? These
are 79 players. How many years back did you go?
3 years. So it's 3 years. And I'll tell you also that those 3 players, or those 79 players, they averaged 0.09 of the total percent of the total chips in play when they bagged after day one.
They averaged 0. So they average like 0.09. So they average like 0.1% of the chip, 1/1000th of the chips in play.
Right.
And so they should make the final table.
No, not final table. Final 27.
Final 3 tables.
Final 3 tables.
Okay. So let's see what we're dealing with. They should make the final 27 about 1 in 40 times. I still expect par performance because the field gets tougher, and I would expect a mix of players that are really good and players that got really that pushed some spots they shouldn't and got really lucky. So, I wouldn't expect the chip leaders to stand out that much from the general people who made day 2. Maybe they're a little bit better, but it's also a different tournament from day 1. Between day 1 and day 5. So not knowing much and being a math guy, I would expect kind of par performance. So like 2 of the people making the final 27, maybe 3. That would be my guess. But of course.
So it turns out that the actual result is 7, which is
wow.
I think a significant result when you talk about the standard deviation. So the guy who wrote this blog, I thought it was interesting. I think he said it was like 99.7% statistical significance. So it turns out that people who bag 150,000 chips are disproportionately good at poker.
Well, and can you?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a surprising. That is like somewhat surprising, but yeah. I mean,
I think
if you had me guess without knowing, I guess about a half or a third. Right. I guess par, and they're performing like 2.3 times par or something like that. So yeah.
And the main event has probably got specific issues with people with a big stack being able to exploit small stacks, especially close to the money.
Well, this leads into an interesting question that I would like to ask Bill. Is sort of like Bill, you've probably heard of some of the markups that people are charging, and a lot of people are saying that a lot of these markups are way out of line. So, what do you think is sort of the cap on like a world-class player in terms of a reasonable markup like that
like the top 1% of the
like
field.
what would a neutral markup be for the best of the best?
Oh, you see, I think the best of the best are worth multiple times. I think Phil Ivey or whoever is best at playing the tournament from day 1 to the end.
Kind of guys, yeah.
Gelfand. I think they may be worth 5x or more.
Wow.
But I think there are a lot of people who are selling at a premium. I've explained to you guys sort of the tournament model and how probably 80% or in the main event, maybe more of the field is actually losing, independent of any VIG, right? The argument kind of goes this way. Suppose you're an average player and you kind of, if you peak 9 players out of the field, sat you in a ring game, a no-limit ring game, you would probably break even. say you're that player, so you're like the average player in the field, you're definitely going to be a significant loser in the tournament because day one, level one, you're going to break even. But as half the field gets eliminated, now you're going to be a loser because the half the field that remains is tougher than the half the field that busted. And with every kind of double up, every halving of the field, this becomes more severe. So at the beginning you're playing in poker, and at the end, if you are lucky enough to make it to the end, you're playing significantly negative EV poker. So obviously the average player is going to lose money. Even the 80th or 85th percentile player may be losing money or breaking even. So if all these players are kind of losing money, where does the equity go? Well, there's got to be like a few players at the top who are, especially in this event, making a lot of money, right? So that's why I suspect maybe the top, say, 40 or 50 players in this field do have an overlay of, 3 or 4 or maybe even 5.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're talking 6,420 players entered in this field. So your contention is possibly that only a few hundred of them are actually profitable, but they're extremely profitable.
But I think there might be like a few marginal right. Only a few hundred of them are like significantly profitable, but they might be really profitable, And the thing is that we don't really know who they are. That's kind of the problem.
That's the interesting part. Bill, you mentioned your day job earlier, and for those that don't know, can you give us a rundown of exactly what you're doing the other 11 months of the year?
Well, I work for this company called Susquehanna International Group, and we do a lot of financial trading. We're in all the markets. Our main market is where we started off with in options market making, but we do a big part of equities, currencies, commodities, bonds, and stuff like that. What I do now, I'm working on sort of the equity side. We basically are getting order flow from a lot of these brokerage firms now, and I'm basically working on like mathematical models. I also work on like high frequency trading and computer trading algorithms, and that's what I do. It's kind of fun. It's a lot like poker. You have to figure out where the market is. You got to figure out not only what the highest expectation bet is, but figure out kind of what all the order flow sort of means. It's kind of like you're trying to figure out what all the actions mean when you're sitting at the table. So it's fun, and I get to do a lot of math, and it's great.
And they don't mind you taking off for a month every year.
Well, no, they actually think it's great if I win more bracelets. I wish I could accommodate them.
I would go as far as to say that, to answer Adam's question, it's maybe not necessarily that they're okay with it, but it's just that they don't have anybody else that could do what Bill does. Right. So it's very possible that if we don't make him happy, then he might just leave the company
and go play poker.
It's also the company was founded by poker players.
True.
Let's
talk a bit about
founders actually were stud players, and then they decided to go to Wall Street, start trading,
making
playing a slightly bigger game.
Yeah. But all the talk a bit about the great poker players that have actually came out of that company. It's not an accident, right?
Right. I mean, Rep, who finished second in Dealer's Choice, I talked about, was one of the former employees. Matt Harlenko, obviously, is a former employee. Eric Brooks is one of the partners. He won a bracelet in stud tournament. Jared Ankerman, my co-author who won a bracelet, is now working there, but he worked for us before he won the bracelet. Jay Sippelstein, who still works for us in our Australia office, actually won the first bracelet of our group. He won it in pot limit hold'em. Poker is actually a very important part of our kind of trader education process. We use it as a tool for traders to kind of learn and figuring out what's my opponent thinking about, what's my opponent's range of hands. Like when you're trading against somebody, you have to worry, is this guy making this trade because he wants to get out of risk, or is he making this trade because he knows something? If he's just trying to get out of risk, that's a much less scary trade than if we think he has some knowledge that we don't. So poker is kind of like that game where everybody has some information that the other player doesn't see, but there's also like common information that everybody sees. That's been the philosophy of the company before I joined, and obviously it continues to be kind of our philosophy.
Bill, can traders, is it analogous to poker? Can they run bad? Are there traders that are light years better than everybody else? Like, give me an idea of the skill of a trader.
That are, okay, well, I mean, it is actually a lot like poker players because there are traders that are light years better than anyone else. And a lot of that has been equalized by, like, the computer software and all of the metrics that we use. But there's still traders that have, like, a better overall understanding of what's going on, but, yeah, you can definitely run bad because, what we're trying to do is get a fraction of a penny edge on something that maybe like $100 a share. So obviously, if we make that trade and we think our profit is a fraction of a penny, that could move by $1 or more on either side. So there's a lot of variance for trades. So you have to make a lot of trades, but there's also the problem that there are different size trades. There's some big trades, there's some small trades. And also, you could just get really unlucky on one trade. Like, you could trade $100 stock. You could sort of sell it because of some small edge you think you have, and you hold it overnight, and suddenly news comes out, and now the stock's worth $250 or something like that, and you might have just like lost several months of good work that you did
in one fell swoop.
For the individual trader, for the firm, we think there's less luck because there's a combination of traders.
Right. Forgive the ignorant question. I don't know much about the equities game, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn. I watched the 60 Minutes show where it was the guys getting closest to the exchange. The hyper fast connection to the market was a big deal. Is that as big a deal as they made it out to be?
Are you talking about the
moving your physical location, moving the physical location of the servers to be closer to the exchange?
Yeah, I mean I think that's important. Except that everybody is now kind of co-located, which means that the computers running the programs are all next door, and there's some sort of equality in which computers can trade the fastest. So, I mean, for the hyper fast, like co-located strategy, I think everybody's kind of on an equal footing there. Now, if you can figure out a way to signal from like Hong Kong to New York to like London faster than everybody else, then you can win there. But I think like we're getting close to speed of light there also. So,
right.
I mean, there was a race to speed game like before, but now I think everybody's co-located, and we're talking about like just microseconds.
Yeah, I think a lot of people saw stuff like that or read stuff like that with a very sort of rudimentary understanding, and they sort of thought, well, boy, this is a game that's completely rigged for these big companies, and the individual is losing out. But I don't think that's actually the case. It's actually kind of economically beneficial, right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that what you have to understand is now if you want to trade Microsoft, I don't know what Microsoft is trading at, but if you want to trade a stock of $50 that's really liquid, you can probably buy and sell within 1 cent of each other. And it used to be that, things were priced in eighths or quarters. You had to buy at $50, and the best you could sell it for is like $49.50 or $49.75. Now, if you can buy at $50, you can sell for most of the liquid stock at $49.99, and so your transaction cost as a customer is like much lower. So it's a more efficient market, and I think as sort of a customer or even as an institutional investor, that's the big picture there. You don't have to cross as many spreads. The commissions are much lower, right, as for you as a customer, and I think that benefits like the small trader and everybody else.
We put out that you were going to be a guest on the show, Bill, and we got a couple of Twitter questions. I think you answered one already on Twitter, and that was your time as a Pokerstars pro and you parting ways for not relocating. Your job is significantly more important than poker is to you, I'm guessing. So that's the reason there, right?
Well, even if it were the same income, I would choose to like do my job because it's steady income and it's kind of a lot more fun, doing math. It's fun playing poker, but I have like the mathematical bent. I like making models. I like modeling poker situations, as much or more than actual playing, even though like I really like playing too.
That was
it just was never a discussion. Like I was never going to move. They were never going to ask me to move, etc.
Right. That was from Aaron Saunders. There was another one. Ben Deach asks he'd like to hear some behind-the-scenes stories about the high-stakes poker episodes you were on, if there was any. That you look back on that, I guess, as a fond memory.
Oh yeah, that was a long time ago. There wasn't really much behind-the-scenes stuff. I mean, they told us at the beginning like what things to do in front of the TV and what things not to do, but it was just kind of a cash game. I mean, I think Maury said one of the things is when you take out the stacks of money and bet them on the table, that's like good for TV. That shows like emphasis instead of just taking out like a $50,000 chip or $25,000 chip and tossing on the table. Just toss the piles of money,
Well, that's what that show was known for. That was a lot of fun to watch, and hopefully one day we can get that show back. Bill, really appreciate.
And of course the Bill Chen versus Doyle Brunson discussion of the existence of God is
yeah, that needs to happen.
You can YouTube that.
Yeah, I don't think we settled very much.
Wait,
really?
You mean you didn't talk Doyle out of knowing that there's a God? He didn't believe you?
Yeah. I think Doyle asked, so you believe that you guys came from fish? I'm like, that's actually not the current scientific belief, but like, I don't know. like, it seems just as plausible as to, like, any of the other stories I've heard. You know?
Exactly. All right. Thanks so much, Bill. Really appreciate your time, and get back to work, and we'll see you next year, I'm sure.
Yeah, thanks, Q, for inviting me on the show again. It's great.
That was a lot of fun. Thanks, Bill. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Bill.
All right, thanks.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Thanks so much to Bill Chen. That's one of our longer interviews right there.
We covered a lot of stuff there. We got from Daisy to Doyle
to God. Badesi and God all in one interview. That was fun. I hope people enjoy that. I know there was a couple of spots in there that were a bit spotty. Hopefully, I think it was on Bill's end.
Cell reception in the Rio, probably. And not to mention the fact that he usually abuses his phone. That probably doesn't help.
He drops it a lot, does he?
It drops it. It's probably covered in food. There's a lot.
That was great.
Our listeners probably won't hear some of that.
Oh, you're going to edit it up? Yeah, you'll clean it up, I'm sure. Thanks to Bill.
The pro.
He is. Thanks. We're going to come back. We've got a lot going on in the third segment. We've got some forum shout-outs to do. I think we're a little bit low on email this week. We only got, I believe, 1 or 2 emails to get to. And some 140 or less, of course, with the World Series of Poker main event going on. A lot of people were tweeting some amusing stuff, so we've tracked some of that down, and we're going to get into a little bit of Roscoe report too. So keep it right here. You are listening to the 2+2 Pokercast, presented by the Pokerstars VIP Club. More right after this.
This week on Crush Live Call-Ins, the pot's 5-handed. I don't really think he's betting there with air. The problem is if it gets checked through, you are such in the dark. There are so many cards where you can't even continue on. A 3, a 5, an 8, possibly an ace or a king. Join me every Sunday at 7:45 p.m. Eastern Time for Crush Live Call-Ins, only on CrushLivePoker.com.
500 Zoom 6 max, 370 big blinds deep. I open button with the min raise with Queen Knight of clubs. Greg Merson calls on the small. Flop comes deuce 4 queen with diamonds flush draw. He leads 1750 and I raise to 55. He 3-bets to 172 and I call. Turn is a brick, deuce of clubs, and he bets 2/3 of the pot. I call. River is a king of hearts, leaving the flush draws missed, and Greg overbets the pot big, betting 1,470 into $785 pot. I felt like he might be pushing me off my hand, so I called and was good against his 10-9 of diamond.
Team Pro Online's Mikhail Inasai-Shalamov is a Supernova Elite VIP. This is the 2+2 Pokercast, presented by the Pokerstars VIP Club.
Okay, people, most of the kittens have perished. There are a few left you can save, though, and here's how to do it. Get involved with the Pokercast by emailing your questions, suggestions for the show, or even record a sound clip. Adam will be using the best ones on the air. Well, let's face it, probably the worst ones as well. I can see you there at your computer. Send an email right now. Totally disagree with one of Adam's takes last week? Send an email. Love last week's interview? Email. Want to know how much cash Adam has on him right now? Email. Pokercast at 2plus2.com is the address. Ship the funny to Adam today.
Hi guys, it's Mike from ProfessionalPoker.com and the 2+2 store with some great news for our Pokerstars players. You can now use your frequent player points to purchase gift cards available from ProfessionalPoker.com. These same cards will also work at the 2+2 store. The gift cards come in increments of $25 and $50, and you can apply multiple gift cards per order. Now you can get the books, videos, and ebooks from all the major publishers using just your FPPs. So check out the gift card section of the PokerStars FPP store and pick up the poker training material you've had your eye on for a while at the 2+2 store and ProfessionalPoker.com.
Every night and make her see a fucking glass in. I can't promise I'll amount to much, but I'll
Welcome back to the 2+2 Pokercast, presented by the Pokerstars VIP Club. That's a buddy of yours band?
Yeah, 3 of my best friends. That's their band called Dead End Drive-In.
Dead End Drive-In.
Yeah.
All right.
They have a new album coming out called Cigarettes and Orange Crush.
Okay.
And,
always a healthy combination.
It is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that spawned out of probably the restaurant we all used to work at. Trolls in Horseshoe Bay.
Love Trolls.
We had unlimited free fountain pop, and we would go for a lot of cigarette breaks.
Makes sense.
So yeah, I don't know their website, but you can follow my Twitter if you like that song.
Have you, Terrence? Have you been to Trolls in West Town for fish and chips?
I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
There's a restaurant in Horseshoe Bay called Trolls.
Okay.
Serves the best.
As far as I know, Horseshoe Bay is a place where I get on a boat.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, there's a good story behind this. The owner,
I'm gathering that it has excellent fare of restaurants.
Good food. Yeah. So the owner of this place has won the lottery 3 times.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
How crazy is that?
He won. I think he won $9 million, $2 million, and then like a third one nobody knows about for like $100K.
3 times he's hit it big in the lottery. Nuts. Time to get some Pokerstars news. So let's bring him in now. Is our old friend Steve Day from the Isle of Man. Steve, welcome back to the show, sir.
Thanks, Adam. It's good to be on again.
This week there's a thread. That's a good one. There's a thread started this week in NVG, and there was some people looking ahead to their Pokerstars grind next year, Supernova Elites. Wondering, I think there were some messages out of Pokerstars a few months back that there might be some changes coming down the road, and we are getting towards August, and wondering if you could just shed any light on anything that you think might happen for 2016.
Well, toward the end of last year, when we announced our changes for this year for the VIP program, we also said there would be more substantial changes coming for 2016, and we would announce them in the second half of 2015. When you hit July 1st, that was the beginning of the second half of 2015, which is a 6-month period of time, 6-month window. So people did start asking that question, since technically that window had started.
I think they might have had it on their calendar, Steve. It's almost like they waited until July 1st.
I did get the impression that somebody might have had a reminder set, yes.
Wait, so what you're saying is that the second half of 2015 is not the same as the midpoint of 2015. This is what the concept you're trying to explain?
In all fairness, it's reasonable to point out that July 1st is part of the second half, but we hadn't committed. We definitely didn't commit to delivering the news on July 1st, nor was that ever the intention. So mid-October is roughly the current plan for when to share the news about the overall kind of financial level of reward for the Supernova and Supernova Elite levels, which is the contentious topic or the one of most interest, I would say. But even before that, and by August, I would say, into September, people will have exposure to this new method of awarding FPPs and new servicing within the client, kind of the new mechanics behind the rewards that I talked a little bit about on the show a couple months ago. So it'll be sort of a couple of stages of release of the information, but nothing in July. Although I suppose it's possible that I could have been not planning to release the information for several more months, unless Adam asked me about it in the Pokercast. That's just not the case.
You had your fingers crossed. You were thinking, don't ask this week. Don't ask this week.
But I can't resist that man's voice.
Another contentious issue that has been kicking around lately is this idea of third-party software and what people can use while they're playing along on Pokerstars to help them make some of their decisions that they make within the client. We had a situation, I believe it was Skier 5, who was using some charts and some different ways of accessing those charts that people had an issue with. We had a long discussion about that, but I noticed you did update in that thread that Pokerstars has refined its position on what third-party software people can use.
Yeah, we took action to specifically outlaw one particular bit of software that kind of sparked the entire conversation. And additionally, we announced that we'll be going a little bit further. The final wording isn't there yet. We'll be contacting software developers over the coming weeks to talk about ways in which their third-party software might need to change. So it's still a work in progress. It's a really challenging topic, Adam, to consider. First, what you think is the best for the customers overall in terms of the playing environment, and then second, you have to balance that with what's reasonably detectable and enforceable. So, unfortunately, it's just not the case that when we make a rule, it instantly becomes a case that we 100% detect any single violation and have perfect enforcement. This is the real world where where we work hard and do well and fight against people who want to break rules, and they make improvements in their methods, and we make improvements in ours, and we feel very, very good about the overall playing environment on Pokerstars and the success of our game integrity teams and security teams. But it's clearly not going to be the case with the very, very large number of customers and games that nobody has ever succeeded in a single incident of breaking the rules ever. That's just not a reasonable expectation. So we make the rules, we have to consider, okay, to what extent do we think we'll be able to effectively enforce it? People have pointed out that if to get the environment some people consider optimal, we might have to make some rules that we have a really hard time enforcing, and it's a fair point. So we're considering exactly what rules to put in place for now, and also behind the scenes working on how we might improve enforcement and detection methods that would allow us to be a little bit more strict in this area in the future.
Yeah, it's interesting when you mention that, Steve, because when I read that thread and people were talking about this concept of making rules that aren't going to be enforceable 100% of the time, the first thing I thought about was when you're driving and speeding, because let's face it, I've got a lot of tickets. But here's the situation where police clearly don't stop all of the speeding on the road because they can't be there to enforce. They selectively set up radar traps, and when you do get caught, the penalty, unless you are dumb enough to get caught as many times as I am, isn't that harsh. It's like $100 or whatever it is. The penalty. So then I look at that and I think, well, it's kind of a similar situation with online poker sites, where except the penalty, if you do break the rules, is much larger. So does that require sort of less radar traps, so to speak, because of the fact that their accounts get closed and balances confiscated, etc.? But I guess the bigger question is, does it need to be enforceable all the time to be an effective rule?
As I said, nothing. It's hard to have rules where people, you're trying to deal with them through enforcement. Now, if you can effectively prevent things, like obviously we have a rule in our poker room that you must post a big blind. And the effectiveness of that rule is 100%, right? Because you technically prevent anybody from breaking that rule. So prevention, rules that can be, where you can put effective preventative measures in place that are reliable, are the best kind of rules. So we're always looking to utilize prevention as the first choice. It also eliminates situations where people don't know the rules, don't understand, or get into a mental state where they're not thinking clearly, don't understand the consequences of their action. And then it generates a negative interaction between us and a customer, or a poker player. Enforcement is always a worse option to prevention. So we're looking for prevention. Then we get to enforcement. It's careful. The speeding example, the thing about speeding is that a lot of people can speed and nobody's getting hurt. But if somebody's breaking a rule on Pokerstars, the rules are there for a reason. It's to protect the other players. So, the extent that people get away with or violate the speed limit on a day-to-day basis, you could make a strong argument that level of successful violation of rules would mean we shouldn't have a speed limit if it occurred in the Pokerstars games, because everybody who's doing that is harming somebody else. So people do make that argument, and I understand where they're coming from. And look, it's a very interesting topic. It's very challenging. We've had lots of very interesting discussions internally, but the outcome is what it is, and it's what we believe will be best for the poker experience on Pokerstars going forward.
Fair enough. So to be clear, the chart system that Skier 5 was using is now no longer being able to. He cannot, and other people cannot use that. And people can look forward to more sort of stringent restrictions on what people can use as a third-party software coming down the line. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the summary of the outcome. Yeah.
Steve, to what extent do these third-party developers talk to you guys and say, like, this is the thing that we want to do, and this is, we're going to provide X, Y, and Z functionality, and, are you okay with X and Y, and maybe you have concerns about Z? Like, is there a dialogue between yourselves and these third-party providers?
Some of them, yes.
Okay.
Others of them, no, right? The people that are creating software that's deliberately breaking the rules are less likely to talk to us. But the vast majority are interested in serving customers, openly in the white market, and are very interested in that. Now, some cases they might be in contact with us directly, and others they might be building add-ons to software like Hold'em Manager and Poker Tracker, and they might serve as a kind of a hub of information for that community to partner with those folks. So yeah, but we do have conversations with those people. For sure.
One quick client-based thing I wanted to talk about again is the MicroMillions. I know we mentioned it last week, but the first event is coming up July 16th, a week from today, $10 buy-in, and I know a lot of our listeners like to buy into those smaller events and have a shot at some big money if they do end up banking it. The first event is a $75K guarantee on the 16th. Big schedule, $5 million guaranteed over the series. Check that out if you want to donk
it's
around.
Actually a phase tournament, and we already have 45,000 people through to phase 2.
Wow!
So with another week of things going, and there's these 110 player sit and go phase 1s. So around the clock, you can just go and register and basically play the first however many levels of the tournament. Basically, it'll play down to the top 10%. And then you go to phase 2 and play out the rest on the first day of MicroMillions. And if you fail the first time, you can go try again until you make it through. It's a great way, pop those dollar entries in until you build yourself a stack and get through, and you can guarantee yourself you've got an interesting spot to play on the first day of MicroMillions.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Well, you bring up the client. One of the things I was really disappointed about when I logged into Stars this week is that you've already got a WTube tab, and not because I don't like WCoop, but because the Scoop tab got replaced, and I was really enjoying watching the replays on there. And I was really using the replays as like a study tool kind of all summer because I can't actually play on Stars because I've been in Vegas. But I was using those as a study tool, so I was disappointed that the WCoop one is already up already, and that doesn't happen until September. But
I'm sorry. That's a good point. Could we solve that for you by putting up a couple of WCube replays from last year?
That'll do. That'll definitely do.
Okay. I'll ask Brian.
Sweet.
Good idea.
They're all on YouTube too.
Oh, are they?
No, I think it's just the highlight. I thought the highlights were just on YouTube.
Oh, right, not the whole play down.
The like the Tuckman show with like, here's a big all in, and this guy's ace king and his head jacks, and that's not fun.
Doesn't quite give you the tempo of the table, does it?
No.
We should also mention that the LAPT's fourth stop of the season this year kicks off this week in Lima, Peru. 13 events, 5 days, $2,500 main event. Great main event buy-in level. I like that. We got to get back down. We got to get back down to the LAPT.
You want to go to Germany? You want to go to the LAPT?
I want to travel the world
for the Daniel PokerStars party.
It's nonstop.
You're like, what do you think you are?
Exactly. Yeah.
It's like you're this guy with like wife and kids.
Indeed. Thanks so much, Steve. Really appreciate that. We will talk to you next week, sir.
Thanks. It was good talking to you guys tonight.
Let's get to some 140 or less.
It's 140 characters. That's it. I love hashtags. I love all of them.
Terrence Chan
needs more than 140 characters to express itself.
140 or less.
At Ellen Cunningham, tournament officials. 95% of the time somebody checks the nuts, they misread their hand. The other 5% just don't even know what the nuts are, which is totally true. I mean, in anybody's experience, Tia, and I'm sure you're probably the same way, I mean, when somebody does it and there's a penalty, you just kind of shake your head because this person didn't know they had the nuts.
Yeah, it's terrible. I mean, I talked about this with a bunch of friends yesterday, and there are so many rules that just seem to penalize people who are bad or inexperienced, and this is absolutely one of them. I mean, technically speaking, right? Suppose you're playing Omaha, and like, you know, it's Broadway on board, or if you're playing Hold'em even, and it's Broadway on board, and like, you know, if you're in Omaha and you have the Broadway straight, or if you're in Hold'em, you already have it. If you have cards, like, you're supposed to cap the betting.
Yeah.
Like, you have to cap it or go all in if it's no limit. Like, otherwise you could be subjected to a penalty. It's a strict interpretation of the rule, but obviously that's ridiculous, and it doesn't do anything collusive. Like, there's no anti-collusion benefit to it, because how often do you even get the nuts? Right. Like, how often do you even have the opportunity to have the nuts on the river in last position? Like, that happens to you like maybe 2 or 3 times a tournament at the most.
Oh wow, maybe, yeah.
You know, and then you have to have it happen when you're in a pot with like the person that you're supposedly
and
polluting.
He's got to have the nuts.
Right? Yeah, well, yeah, he's got to have worth it, right? But like, yeah, there's.
Oh, I
this
see. Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm confused. Yeah.
This rule and the rule about exposing your hand with action pending resulting in a penalty. Those, I think, are the 2 rules which most harm amateur or / inexperienced players, and we need to get rid of them. And I think there is a movement to do that with Savage and the TDA, you know, in conjunction with the EPT and all in the World Series and all those guys. But
well, especially the second rule that you mentioned, the exposed cards, is completely obvious when somebody's doing it to gauge reaction versus when somebody does it by accident. You don't. There's almost no gray area.
I can't think of the last time I saw somebody turn over a card on purpose outside of a cash game to sort of induce action, because almost every pro knows the rule that you can't do that.
Right.
And so you're only really going to punish some recreational player who doesn't know the rule, or somebody who just didn't realize that the other guy has raised. And that's pretty much what always happens. It usually happens in limit tournaments where you know, you've bet out and I don't say raise, but I splash a bunch of chips in the pot and you think I called, and then you turn your hand over thinking you know, trying to be a good person and showing down your hand as soon as the person calls you, and then all of a sudden you're getting a penalty because you turned over your hand with exposed action, you know. And
100% obvious I didn't do it on purpose.
Yeah, exactly, and it's a dumb rule. Alan Cunningham always comes strong with the Twitter game, by the way. I feel like we always I feel like Alan makes an appearance in 140 or less like every week,
and he's always right. There's no Alan Cunningham's an idiot tweets.
No, there's no. Yeah. We're never making fun of him for being stupid.
At Daniel Strelitz, guy just blind raised to 400 under the gun before the cards were dealt. # main event. Yeah, that's awesome. The blind raise in the main event. Love it.
I think KevMeth tweeted that somebody opened for like 12x the big blind, like not all in at his day 2 table.
That's great. At Poker News, 2 years after a tragic brain injury, Kevin Boudreau is playing day 1C of the main event. Everybody will remember Kevin had a brain aneurysm, I believe, and passed out at the World Series of Poker. He's been dipping his toes back into the tournament scene, had done quite well, had a couple of deep runs. He's back playing the main event. That was a really cool story. Yeah, great. Fantastic for him. At Brian Campanello, or at B_Campanello45, it's Brian Campanello. Anybody thinking about pulling an Ocean's 11 type plot to get even this summer? Let me know. Could be interested. It's great because this is the end of the year where everybody's like buried for their summer. And
what great physical ability or smarts does he bring to the table?
Yeah, right. He's got to be like the grease guy or something. At Matt M. Salzburg, this is Matt Salzburg. Alan Kessler updates show you're up to, or at Alan Kessler updates show you're up to 45,000. This is on day 1. Congrats on making the money, buddy.
Yeah, he's probably a favorite to make the money with 45K.
He gets.
I wouldn't bet against that.
Blind away. D-Moon Girl, I wish more players would be liberal with calling the clock. Would lead to faster play and less animosity towards those who do. # nothing personal.
Preach it, girl.
Yeah, that's great. And because I've seen several people on Twitter. I think Katie Stone, I believe, also said something about the fact that this year she's getting all kinds of dirty looks from people when the clock's just out of control, or their hand is out of control. It was call the clock, and then I think she was talking about actually asking somebody how many chips they had, and people are getting quite belligerent about answering that question. But the clock one is significant too. Yeah.
People are getting belligerent about answering how many chips they have. That's the thing.
Yeah, you're a clock guy. You call the clock often.
I am a clock caller. I haven't had I barely
unabashed.
had to do it. This year, yeah. I mean, I'm usually like 3 minutes is usually the cap.
That's your limit.
I don't feel like anything is going to happen that you're not going to think of anything that you didn't already think of in the first 3 minutes. So all you're doing is you're thinking like the same 4 or 5 thoughts over and over again in your head and deciding which one of those like takes predominance. And I don't really think that's like a good use of anybody's time. If that happened like so many hands, then we would get so few hands an hour. And yeah, I will call the clock on people. I'm sorry, but I mean,
what's the worst thing? Is somebody freaked out on you?
No, nobody's freaked out on me lately. There was a player who was, I guess yesterday, he asked how long it'd been since I called, had been, and I said, it's been 3.5 minutes. Or what happened when the floor came over, I was thinking on the river, and said, no. Has he been given a reasonable amount of time? The dealer said, yes. He says, like how long? Like 5 minutes, 3 minutes? He's like, dealer's like, definitely less than 5, definitely more than 2. And I said 3.5, because the clock said 51 when the action was to him, and I was watching, because that's usually my clock basis. Because I don't trust myself to figure out how much time something has been if I haven't looked at it myself, because perception of time is very
different. Yeah.
Yeah, it's sometimes things feel longer than they are or shorter than they are. So I always look up at the clock and I kind of decide beforehand based on the spot that this guy is in and how weird the line is and what the action's been and how big the size of the pot is. Like, I'm going to give this guy 2 minutes. I'm going to give this guy 3 minutes, and that's what I do. I give the guy 3 minutes. He thought it had been much, much less than that, and wasn't thrilled with it. But he didn't freak out at all. But people do freak out, absolutely. Don't freak out. Like the Moon Girl says, it's not personal. We just want to get the goddamn game moving and play poker. We're not here to sit there and watch you
money grubbing bastard.
As much fun as it is watching somebody just agonize, I'd rather just play poker.
At Martin Jakobsen, this is last year's main event winner. He won Twitter this week, just after he started day 1C, a couple minutes into the tournament. Just bought into day 1C, the main event, not fucking finishing first again, which is hilarious because last year, he won last year, but last year, Mark Newhouse, when he bought in after he just finished ninth the year before, not finishing fucking ninth again, which of course he did win. So this is
I was explaining that to my girlfriend, and it's probably the not finishing fucking ninth is probably one of the most famous tweets in poker history, and it's one of the most amazing, because what's the likelihood that somebody would tweet that to finish exactly ninth? I mean, that's amazing,
it's
right?
Physical tie.
Yeah.
This is the physical tie.
Many zeros. Yes. All right, let's get into mailbag.
And now,
that right there is the mail. Now let's talk about the mail. Can we talk about the mail, please, Malcolm? I'm dying to talk about the mail with you all day, okay?
Mailbag.
First email is from Brooklyn Ken. Playing in a no-limit home game, the game broke, leaving us short-handed. We decided to play PLO to keep the game going, but as 5-card PLO. This was a lot of fun for those never playing Big O. 2 hands later, we decide, why not play 6-card Pineapple PLO with the following rules. If you enter a pot, you must discard 1 face-up, but going in seed order around the table, giving everybody going after advantage, especially the big blind, to see all the discards before he or she discards. These cards will remain face-up on the side. Second rule, best 5 card wins, but you must use 3 from your hand and 2 from the board. 3, flop, turn, river, dealt like PLO and Hold'em. Some of the nuances we were figuring along the way, such as what to discard and what maybe premium hands to hold. Holding trips is probably the best, but maybe also high cards with 3 flush as a combo is better. Anyway, I wanted to hear if you ever played a game similar. Additionally, would this game play better as a limit game and dealt out similar to Courchevel? I wanted to get your opinion to properly request this game to be introduced in the home game. Big fan of the show and the Ross Report.
Boy,
I love this.
That escalated
by the way,
quickly.
And I don't have the slightest idea what the answer is, but I love that people are thinking of stuff like this.
Yeah, for sure. I think my first instinct is it's a better limit game than it is a.
Yeah, that was sort of my gut reaction too. I'm just
thinking you could get shut out. You just shut out the pot so fast
and it's because it's so easy to make the nuts.
Right.
It seems. I mean, on the other hand, it's so easy to make the nuts, but it's so easy also to have like the blockers to the nuts, I suppose.
Yeah.
The three from your hand thing, I guess, is the main thing, right? Like, so somebody can always have buried quads, basically, right? Because you can't possibly block quads all the time. You can't block quads, so it's really hard to, unless like you have 3 pair or something like that.
Well, that's the other thing. You're not getting a ton of, if it's a big bet game, you're not going to get a ton of action, it seems like.
Yeah.
Because the ranges are just so wide that, it doesn't seem like it's a big action game.
Yeah. It may be worth playing high-low, maybe worth experimenting.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Interesting.
I have no idea what the answer to this question
if you do play
I would say Ken, you probably know more than us because you actually played the game.
Yeah.
So, I keep experimenting, but I love the idea. I just keep experimenting. Let us know how it goes.
Exactly. Let us know if you do play some more hands. Hi, Brad from Swindon in the UK. I've been listening to the show for about 2 years, and it's still my favorite podcast. I generally listen on the train to work. I love what you guys are doing. Terrence is a great addition and slotted in perfectly. I'm interested to know how all 3 of you got into poker, Terrence, Ross, and Adam. How did you learn the game, biggest scores, and Idle's inspiration within the game? I'll be playing only my 3rd ever Sunday Million this weekend. I'm hoping if my question gets mentioned, it'll give me some Pokercast run good.
Need a lot of run good for the Sunday Million. That's
Ross,
right.
How did you get into poker, Ross?
Home game. The average, high school $10 buy-in game.
Yeah.
And I started with Christaberg from the forums.
Sure, yeah.
Luke, who we've talked about, or he's sent in a question.
One of the best screen names on 2+2. That's a fantastic name.
Yeah.
For those who don't remember, Christaberg is like an 80s. That's how. Anyway, I don't know if that's what it has to do with, but
yeah.
It's Christaberg is an 80s.
Luke introduced me to the circuit.
The old
the first
Poker Wire
player podcast with Scott Huff and Joe Stapleton. So I've been listening to poker podcasts steadily ever since the first time I ever played poker.
Wow!
And so I've always loved poker podcasts for probably 10 years now. And then I don't know what it was. I've never even really been into strategy games, but
biggest score.
My biggest score?
Yeah.
In the home game?
No, in general. The biggest score is
my biggest score is probably just single hands of PLO.
Yeah. Biggest PLO score. Well, I guess the one in the World Series.
Yeah. Probably the one at the World Series. That was almost a 2K pot.
Yeah. That's going to be your biggest one. All right. Idols of the game when you started?
I don't know exactly. Oh, when I started?
Yeah.
I really liked Phil Locke.
Yeah, Locke. I'm a huge Locke fan. Okay, T. I think I know this, but how you got into poker?
Sure. You probably know it because I probably said it on the show, but I just my cousin took me to the casino. We decided to skip class lectures at university. Took me to the old Blue Boy Casino, which was a dive. No longer exists. It's now just a shitty hotel.
Yeah.
And he wanted to play blackjack. I played for a little bit, and I was like, this is vaguely interesting. I went home. I learned about blackjack by kind of searching internet news forums, like news groups, like kind of pre-2+2 forums.
Yeah.
And found rec.gambling.blackjack, which kind of taught me some stuff about blackjack. And a lot of those guys were in rec.gambling.poker, which was a zillion times bigger. And that is how I got into poker. There were guys there like Lee Jones and even Daniel Negreanu was on there. Everybody's just kind of trying to learn the game at that point. And Mason was on there as well. Mason and David Sklansky, of course, were on there as well. All the guys who were big in poker in the late 90s were on those forums at that time. And so I picked up a copy of Lee Jones's Winning Low Limit Hold'em. Everybody said that's the best beginner book. I also found Theory of Poker at the library.
Nice.
And I started winning. And then I guess my second, session ever, at playing 4-8 limit, I won about $700.
And you just went, wow.
So, obviously that wasn't because I was good. it was obviously because I just ran like God. You don't win 90 bets,
right?
Limit hold'em when
the games are good. I'll give them
your
that,
second.
But yeah.
Well, but you have to realize this is like the second time I've played. I'm probably part of the reason the game.
Well, you
is
played
good.
every hand. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like I mean, I just flopped sets. Like apparently, I must have thought that every time you get dealt 2 cards that are a pair, that one of them just magically shows up on the board at some point. And it's. I could never have not been hooked because like I was just set up. It's like you just gave me the crack right out of the gate.
That's funny.
Biggest score?
I guess it's the World Series when I finished second to Hoyt Corkins, and I guess that was for a little under 300K. I've had some pretty big pots over the years, though. You know, I played 1,000, 2,000 limit hold'em. You know, where it got capped on the turn and capped on the river, and so those are some huge pots. But I don't think it would ever get to the 300K level.
Any idols, inspiration within the game?
You know, I mean, the first person that comes to mind, recency bias, because we just finished talking to him, is Bill, because I've learned so much from him. He's been very much a mentor to me. I know he would think of me as a peer, being modest, but I mean, I learned so much from the guy, and I'm very blessed to have him as well as other really thoughtful people in my life. But when I was starting out, who was huge when I was starting out? I mean, I was mostly thinking about, you know, like you were a part of this because you were a grinder. Yep. When I was playing at the Holiday, and like I looked at you and I looked at some of the other guys that, you know, most people won't ever have heard of, and I was like, wow, these guys make a living doing this, and they're grinding it out, and I thought that you guys were all really tough. And then you know, whenever I went to the Bellagio, and I went first time I went to the Bellagio, and I looked in the high limit section, I didn't really recognize a lot of guys. I mean, I saw like Ted Forrest there, and I saw like John Hennigan, and I was like, holy shit, like you know, this is the big leagues, and I was, you know, terrified of these guys. But I can't say I had, you know, too many. I would say most of my idols and inspirations have always been sort of the theory and the knowledge guys. So I mean, Sklansky was obviously a big one to me. A guy on the forums named Abdul Jalib, which is not his real name.
No, it was Tom Hall. It was Tom Hall, right? Or no, Tom was Angelina.
No, that's not quite right. But anyway,
who's Tom?
Michael Hall.
Michael Hall. Oh, Michael Hall.
Michael Hall was Abdul Jalib. He was at the time 3060 and 8160 grinder at the Bellagio, who posted a ton of theory on limit hold'em, which of course was like the game back then. And so, you know, a lot of those, just kind of along the way, I ended up meeting more and more people who were really good at the theory of poker. You know, Andy Block, Bill Chen, Jared Engelman, Paul Pudaiti, lots of Tom Wiedemann, all these people. I just managed to luck box my way into like meeting or virtually meeting all these people who taught me so much about the game. So I mean, I've never been a worship the guy I see on TV kind of guy. I've always been the people who really were able to distill thoughts and explain concepts really well.
Right. My story is, I don't know if I've told this part, but I want to say like 1990 or so, I got a job in Kitimat, BC, and went up there and worked.
How many miles from Kells is that?
That's probably pretty close to as many miles as it is from Vancouver. It's pretty much a lateral move here. But I went up there, and I was working in a sawmill. I finally started making some money because, of course, it's a union gig, and you know, when you're young and making a bunch of money, it's you end up playing games like poker. So the guy I was renting a room with, he had a poker game once a week in his house. So I sat down and played, and of course they're trying to get me to play. And the very first night, I had driven my car from Vancouver up to Kitimat, and it was a nice car, right? Probably worth like maybe, I don't know, maybe $4,000 or something like that. I lost my car in the game the first night I played.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that actually happened to people.
Yeah, no, I lost my car the very first time I played it in the middle. So I ended up buying it back like at the end of the summer from the guy because I'd won enough money back from him. But so yeah, that was pretty funny. And then came back down to Vancouver, ended up playing a little bit here and there, and went over to Victoria, and I ended up playing poker a little bit in the Victoria Club. Then I moved to Nanaimo. My girlfriend at the time was living in Victoria, so I had nothing to do at night after working all day. So I went down to the local casino, and they had a little 5-10 game. And it wasn't too long when I played in this thing 5 days a week. It wasn't too long before I started making more money in this little dinky limit hold'em game than I was at my job because the game was so good. And I wasn't great, but I was good enough to beat these guys. And ended up not working at that job anymore. Came back to Vancouver, and there was a 2040 limit hold'em game, which was giant at the time. It was downtown. I don't know if you remember that, T, the game that we used to play in.
I know of it. I never actually played it.
Yeah, it's before the Holiday Inn game that we all ended up playing in, but...
Is the Renaissance?
The Renaissance, yeah. Played there for...
What year is this?
This is going to be like 95, 94, 95, something like that. Huge game at the time, and guys like Daniel Negreanu came through and played in that game, and it was...
he would fly out from Toronto to play
No, like when he was traveling and he was out here or whatever, he would stop in. But fantastic game, and I think I won like $60,000, I want to say, in 4 months, and just thought that it would never stop. Like I played...
zeros.
Yeah, many zeros. I played like 18 hours a day or something, and just never left the place, and it won a ton. Like I just... crushed, and of course I spent it as fast as I wanted because this is never going to end. And
have you lost more than you've won?
So ended up and then the Holiday Inn game, that game died, and we all moved over to the Holiday Inn, which is where Terrence, we met each other. FBT Greg Mueller started in that game. John Kim, who's known as Nicolak online, was playing there. Lots of different people went through that game.
Big Nemo, for those
Big Nemo, yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So yeah, that's how I got started, and didn't look back from there. Biggest score, I'm not really a tournament guy, so I play the odd one here and there.
What's the biggest game you've ever played? And like, have you ever taken a shot in a game that was just like way above your bankroll?
Have I ever taken a shot?
I'm trying to think if you've ever played in a big game, because you're a responsible guy, but you've got a little bit of a degen in you. I feel like
sure I do. Yeah,
You've got, like, there must be some game at some point where there's like 5 fish and you were just like, I have to play this, right?
I'm trying to think. I played 100, 200 Commerce, Limit Hold'em for sure. Mm-hmm. So that, I want to say, is probably the big... I must have played bigger online back in the day, like at Full Tilt. Yeah, I've definitely... Because I played Matisow, and I played a lot against Matisow and Freddie Bugnatti at Full Tilt, and I think I want to say it was at least 200, 400 Omaha high-low split. So, yeah, that would be...
Matisow, is interesting because Matisow is, when he wants to be, a really good 08 player, right?
Well, he's good in that he's tight. And it was interesting when Andrew made that distinction today when we were talking about people who think they're good Omaha 8 players. Well, if you're play tight and you play the nuts, it's pretty easy to play Omaha 8, but that's not really how you play shorthanded. And Matisow was overly tight in those games. Oh. Freddie was much more aggressive and better, I thought, than Matisow. But, whatever. I mean, he's people consider him a great player. Go, that's fine. But I haven't played a ton with him. Just when I did play, and watched the games, he was pretty nitty. So that's the biggest cash game, biggest score tournament. I came second in a BC Poker Championship tournament, $1,000 buy-in, I think, for $90,000. The year Daniel, my brother, won the main event of the BC Poker Championships. So
wouldn't it have been awesome if you finished second in that tournament to your brother?
That would have been funny. Yeah, it would have been good. Inspirations, I'll tell you one that probably not a lot of people know, and it's a guy named Mark Grigorich, who is one of the nicest guys you'll come across at the table. His demeanor, he's a fantastic player at every game he plays at. Just a consummate professional, and that's the kind of guy I look for.
I remember that Skolansky, this is a bit, again, going back to like the really old message forums, was when he was like asked to draft like a dream team.
Oh yeah,
of players. Grigorich was like the guy he fit in the limit hold'em slot. So I remember there's an interesting debate between Doyle and Skolansky on RGP. Like this is still stuff you can find. It's in the archives if you dig deep enough.
Right.
And Doyle was saying that the best players in the world are the guys who are playing. I don't remember what the size of the game was, with 3K, 6K maybe, at Bellagio or whoever, Mirage or wherever it was at the time. And Skolansky was saying, well, you guys are the best generalists in the world. But, like, say, if we could pit me, meaning Skolansky, at stud 8, Mark Grigorich at limit hold'em, this guy at this game, we would beat you. And so they unfortunately never happened. But it would have been really interesting at a time to see who was right. Is Doyle, Doyle in his prime, or whoever else was in this game? Ivy might have been in this game at that point. Jen Harmon, other people who were playing super big. Could they beat like the mid stakes dream team, as it were? The guys playing 8160 or 100-200. Could they beat the 4,000, 8,000 players if they all got to play their best game? And it was it was a really interesting idea at the time. But that's where I know Mark Gregorich's name from, because many people considered him the best limit hold'em player in the world, circa 2000 or 2002 or whatever it was, before all this online poker came.
Yeah, no, fantastic. He's from Seattle, a fantastic limit player of all the games. All right, let's get to some quick form shout-outs from the Where Are You Listening From thread. I said it right this time. Somebody caught me.
Where are you listening to from?
Yeah, he said that every week. It's my third favorite running gag of the show.
nobody ever pointed it out to me. I would have kept doing it for forever. Greg Kerblini lived down the road from Marina Bay Sands in Singapore. Listen weekly. Unfortunately, in this past October 14, the government passed the Remote Gambling Act. Under the new law, it's an offense punishable by jail terms and fines for people who place bets on overseas gambling sites from Singapore. The law took effect on February 1st this year, when several hundred remote gambling sites were blocked, including Pokerstars, World Series of Poker, etc. 2+2, though, is still alive and kicking, so I guess he gets the podcast there.
Oh, that's disappointing to me, because I was thinking of spending some of my winter in Singapore. They have a really
no longer
gym. And I was like, well, but yeah, I mean, I might still go for a couple of weeks, but that's really disappointing. Singapore, get it together.
Yeah. MB1605, hey guys, love the show, been a listener for only about 6 months. I usually listen from my car going to and from work or a weekly home game. I'm in West Hartford, Connecticut, 3,060 miles from Kells, mostly no-limit live tourney player, but always enjoy the strategy conversations and other games online play. Fatty Q, hey guys, listening from Victoria, BC, around 7,200 kilometers from Kells. Love listening to your show, as I'm donating money unwillingly to the Omaha Hilo Reg Fund online. Thanks for all your hard work.
Well, and you're thanks for donating to that fund. You're part of that fund.
Reckner, hey guys, I'm listening from Wellington, New Zealand, 7,660 miles from Kells, or 12,256.8 kilometers. I've only been playing poker for real money the last 3-ish months, and only found the show maybe 2 months ago, but I've already listened to dozens of episodes, being a convert after the very first one I heard. All the segments are great, but my favorite has to be the Roscoe Report. Keep up the awesome work. Ross is getting a big head. Yeah, I mean, he's going to be negotiating his contract.
Either that, or he's just planting these guys all over the world.
Right.
It warmed my feelings at night.
I think these people are involved and planted. I think that's it. They're all Ross dupe accounts. Grateful Mouse. I posted a while back on page 4, but I thought I'd expand just on my location, which is on the eastern shore of Maryland, USA, just a short 5,317 kilometers or 3,304 miles from Kells. I have an hour ride to work and usually listen to the podcast in the car during the commute. But lately, I've been listening at my desk in the office since the shows have been so interesting, and I don't want to wait to finish it on the ride home. It takes a while since work tends to interrupt the podcast, and I have to rewind constantly. I gave Terrence a souvenir from my job, and I met him in Vegas recently at the World Series of Poker. He couldn't have been nicer. I'm sorry I missed Adam and Ross during the trip. Keep up the great work, and thanks for making my days on the job go by quicker.
Could have been nicer. Okay, so this is actually in itself an interesting story. This was just before the 10K limit hold'em final table, and I was just waiting for the table to start. Actually, I think we were being moved to the big battleship table, the Thunderdome. Thank you. I was blanking on it for a second. But Grateful Mouse comes up to me and introduces himself. I'm like, oh, I know you from the forum, and I asked him where he's from, and he says Maryland. I said, oh, do you play much live poker out there? And he says, yeah, we got a good live poker scene. It's cool. Everything's good. So we didn't talk for very long because, like I said, I had a final table to get to. But he says, let me give you this from a place, from where I work, and maybe it'll bring you good luck. It turns out it didn't, but. And I was like, thanks. And I figured it's a card protector because it's the size of a card protector. And I didn't really look at it, and I assumed, this guy probably works at some casino somewhere in Maryland, right? Which is why he's giving me a card protector. I looked at, and then I put it in my pocket, and I kind of forgot about it because I'm focusing on this final table. I get home after I bust out. I empty my pockets, and it says National Security Agency on it. And it's got, the seal of, the United States.
No way.
And I was like, whoa. is this thing like spying on me now? like, or can I use it to spy on other people somehow? Like,
that's great.
Like, what does this thing do? It looks like a card protector. I'm like,
what
I don't know. I'm kind of freaked out. I haven't really touched it since then. It's just sort of sitting
locked in your safe, so it can't do
anything. I'm scared that someday it's just going to like open up and become like a robot that takes over my life, or I don't know. I'm a little concerned.
Grateful Mouse is always on the. He's in the forums. He's on Twitch. I always run into him in the interwebs.
You been twitching the Invitational these days?
No, because I don't have any money in Pokerstars.
Right. I forgot. Okay,
Sick needle, Adam.
I love this thread, and this guy is the 100%, or I think it's a guy, could be a girl. This person is one of the reasons, and this was I love all the feedback, but this one was super fantastic. This is a person. I'm just going to go ahead and. I shouldn't say that. It's Malfoy. And he or she posted a picture of the welcome sign at the Kandahar airport in Afghanistan. And on the sign was a printout saying how far they were from Kells and the 2+2 Pokercast.
Oh, that's so cool.
And underneath the message is, greetings from the sandbox. Long-time listener and very long-time lurker. Note join date versus post count. Always listen to your podcast at work to help me get through the day. I'm a no-limit hold'em cash player who uses that money to subsidize his love for no-limit hold'em tourneys. There are free weekly tourneys held here. But there are also some nice gray area cash games, 5-5 often with multiple straddles if you know where to look. I know you guys want some critiques but don't really have anything. Only request would be if we had a few more non-big name poker play people like the lady who won 3 tournaments in a row at a local spot, or Phil Ivey, or etc. Which isn't very well known. Keep doing what you're doing, and if any of you will be in Florida for the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open, $5 million guarantee, let me know, as I'll be in country for that from 8/13 to 8/19, and would love to shake your hands. That's cool. I mean, that I just I got a little bit of chills when I read that post. Really appreciate that, Malfoy.
I'm looking at the picture now. That is the coolest shit.
It's awesome. I want to know about these gray area cash games in Afghanistan. I hope they're on base. Like,
right?
If they're in like a mud hut or something. And, I don't know if you want to be playing in those other games.
With goats for chips?
Yeah, I'm going to raise you a goat.
Or you're playing with like some guy who's playing like 700 million behind.
Exactly. All right, we got a few more, but we're going to save those for next week. The show's getting super long, so we're going to get really quick. Well, first let's do the free roll. Not the free roll. Let's try the invitational. This is the Pokerstars Invitational for Pokercast listeners.
Area.
It's been a long show. It is $1.10, and it is Sundays. 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. GMT. This is a $1.10 buy-in, $500 layover from Pokerstars. They're adding to the prize pool. Very, very nice of them. Really appreciate that. We also have the Play Money Invitational as well. Mm-hmm. So the password is going to be the same for both tournaments, and the layover is in the $1.10 buy-in. It's in the private section of the tournament.
There's a Play Money layover too. It's $100K added.
100K Play Money chips added. Perfect. We are going to do while you pick a format. We need to figure out a password. I saw Fatima DeMello. She went deep, or she is currently alive in day 2. So why don't we use her first name as the password, Fatima, Fatima. And we need a format, Mr. Chan.
What was our format last week, Ross?
It was 2 weeks in a row. It was the same.
It was horse twice.
It was horse twice. Okay,
yeah.
We can go back to the No Limit Hold'ems. It is the main event of the World Series.
Right.
We can play I guess the Cadillac of poker a little bit. Let's make it 6 max, just because. Hey, who likes folding, right? You got to fold a lot when you play 9 max, right?
Nobody likes 9 max.
Very aggressive.
All right, so Fatima is the password. The format is going to be 6 max no limit hold'em for the Pokercast Invitational. Check that out at Pokerstars. Add it to your grind. And Ross, maybe if somebody wants to sell them $100 worth of chips, might get back on the Twitch at some point.
I can deposit. I just.
I know it's not a good idea. And we're going to talk about that right now. So let's get to the Ross report. So Ross has, as he mentioned, busted his Pokerstars roll and is now playing live PLO back at the beautiful Edgewater Casino here in Vancouver. It seems like it's going okay playing this live PLO rather than the online stuff. Why don't you give us a quick rundown of a couple of hands that you played this week?
All right. Man, yeah, it's been good. I'm not missing online poker at all. Okay, so let's do one no-limit hand first.
Okay.
I think we could get some good analysis on this, and then 2 PLO hands. So
perfect.
I'm waiting for a PLO seat, so I'm playing some 1-2 no-limit, which is so brutal.
After playing PLO?
After playing live PLO, you're all in all the time. It's just like 3
full ring 1-2.
Yeah. It's just ridiculous. And then playing 10-handed 1-2 is just like, I want to blow my brains out.
10-handed anything should blow. Like 10-handed tables should just be banned by the Geneva Convention.
Yeah. The worst thing is when they instituted. I tweeted a picture of it back. They instituted the 10-handed because they cut a few of the tables out of the poker room, and they posted a thing at the poker desk. They're like, "We have made all the tables 10-handed for your playing pleasure." So
please just rip that sign off and post it in that Afghanistan, mail it to Afghanistan and have Malfoy put it on the wall.
So I've been at this table just for a few hands. I have Queen of Spades, 10 of Clubs, middle position. It folds to me. I make the strong play of limping.
Aggressively limping?
Yeah, aggressively limping. The cutoff makes it 12, so I call. It's heads up. The flop is Queen 6-3, all diamonds. I check. He checks behind. The turn is the 10 of spades, giving me top 2. I lead for 15. He calls. The river is the ace of hearts, not completing any... there is a flush possible, but it doesn't bring the 4th diamond. So it's Queen 6-3, all diamonds, ace 10 off.
So 10 on the turn, ace on the river, right?
Ace on the river. Pot's $45. Now, I thought he had ace of diamonds in his range. After calling the turn, I thought that it was a decent spot to check and let him bet whatever he has. And I was going to call pretty much any bet, obviously minus some insane over bet.
Well, he's going to bluff there if he has some 2 9s hand.
Yeah,
he's going to use the ace to bluff. So I like to check on the turn.
And Ross points out correctly that if he is calling with the dry ace of diamonds on the turn, that he might turn a bluff into a value bet. You're going to value bet ace of diamonds, thinking that Ross is checking a queen.
Yeah. I meant to say I like the check on the river, not the turn. Okay, sorry.
So he bets 25, and I snap, and he has King Jack.
King Jack with the King of Diamonds, which is a pretty reasonable hand in that spot. Except, so T, do you want to talk about it?
Sure. I mean, I think it's bad luck. I like the way you played the hand, other than limping pre-flop. I don't know.
I was just going to say
that is not a thing we do in the hold'em. But other than that, I definitely think you're correct to lead the turn and check call the river. Whether I guess some people would want to try to bet for value and fold to a raise. I don't think that's a great idea. I think you kind of want to do that with the bottom of your value betting range. Maybe that's an idea, but I mean, it's yeah. I mean, maybe it's not too bad. I mean, I guess there aren't too many hands that get turned into bluffs here.
But Ross can turn his hand into a bluff. He has diamonds in his range. I think it's a spot where...
Well, his hand is too strong to turn into a bluff.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean...
He's got a
I don't know. I think he could check raise the river. I'm not going to say that he's going to win in this spot.
Well, why would you check raise the river when we just said that this guy is going to value bet a pure ace of diamonds?
Because he's got ace queen. I mean, he's got some hands that can beat Ross's. I mean... Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah,
I don't know if I like that.
Yeah, maybe I'm just looking at the results of the hand, thinking that he could check raise him off the hand. Not necessarily the King Jack hand, but Ace Queen or Ace 10 or something like that.
Easy, compadre.
Yeah, maybe, but I don't think you should generally go and sort of look for that thought. So,
all right.
Bet folding is not too bad. Check calling, I think, is fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's hard to fold that hand though. like folding 2 pair after that action. I would level myself into calling a lot, probably.
Sure, right.
I'm check calling there on the river for sure.
Cool.
Well, I mean, yeah.
All right, so on to the awesome PLO game.
Okay.
So this hand bothered me for a little bit. It's kind of an interesting one where I took a different line. So this is, I move over.
It's 1-2-5.
Yeah, it's 1-2-5. Stacks are deep. A lot of people buying in for like 1,000. So this is the must-move table into the main game. I've been playing for about 3 hours-ish. I got stacked once where I raised on the button with a nice rundown, like 10-9-8-7 double suited. I got 3-bet and I called and flopped top 2 pair. Got all in versus aces and a flush draw and lost. And then so I rebought and then I doubled up. So this is I'm playing with all my own money at this point with the 650 in my stack. So I am dealt ace, queen of hearts, queen of clubs, deuce of diamonds.
Ace, queen, queen, deuce, not hearts.
Yes. Middle position.
So he has 3 cards in his hand.
Well, deuces in that spot might be better than like a 7.
It can make
it makes a wheel. Yeah.
So, okay.
It's not useless, as we'll see in another hand from tonight. So middle position, it's raised under the gun. It's called one spot to my right. I call 15. The button, I think, calls behind me, and both blinds call. No. So I call, button calls, both blinds call. So
love how you played it so far.
There's one person behind. So there is $75 in the pot. The flop is ace, queen, 6 with 2 diamonds. So
it's ace, queen, 6, 2 diamonds, the ace of diamonds. You have ace, queen, queen, deuce.
Yeah. Middle set, and you're blocking yourself on full house with one of the. Yeah.
So I love my hand, and so the guy kind of new to the table. I've played with him before. He's ABC kind of basic.
He's in the big blind.
He full pots out of the big blind for 75. Now it folds to me, and so I decided to take like a non-standard line here, kind of, and I want to take one off. So I did this to not turn my hand like totally face up.
I don't think it's bad. I think flatting's fine.
I'm surprised you even say non-standard because I think a lot of people do that.
I flatten there a lot. Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess I'm kind of used to short stacking. So because potting here only gets like a third of my stack in the middle, and that puts me in a kind of a tough spot and on a bad turn card. So with the strength of the flop play, I think on the turn he bets a ton, like pretty much like a ton of turn cards.
I mean, so you got the board wrapped up, right?
Yeah.
So you can pretty much guarantee his lead on the flop is diamonds or some wrap diamonds type hand.
Yeah.
Right? Because unless he's going to bomb 6s there, which I almost doubt he's going to do, you've got the rest of the deck. So I think you can pretty much put his range pretty tightly on wrap and diamonds.
You think so? Yeah.
Okay.
So my thinking was if he bombs the turn, I can put him in like the worst spot ever with one card to come.
Sure.
So I flat. The pot is now 225. The turn is a terrible 9 of diamonds. So it's ace, queen, 6, 9 with 3 diamonds.
Brings the flush.
And he just goes ahead and leads for full pot again. And I didn't see the situation where he would be leading with the bear king of diamonds and then leading again on the turn or potting the set of 6s on the turn. So
he doesn't have the king of diamonds because he bet the flop, or just the bear king of diamonds rather.
Yeah. So I feel gross and I fold.
I wonder how bad he is. Like, if you're going to fill up, are you going to get paid off for your stack? That kind of thing. Like, that's the kind of decision you make. It's not likely.
Yeah.
Like I like the fold. I'm trying to figure out a situation where I like a call.
The math here is I have like 10 outs.
Right.
And Yeah. So.
But you won't, like, I think as Adam alluded to, I don't think you're very likely to get paid off on basically any of them. So I also agree. Definitely fold. I mean, I think you thought about this hand really well by not raising the flop. I do think that's a mistake that some people would make. As you said, it turns your hand face up, and then you're kind of screwed for the rest of the hand. Whereas if the board paired on the turn, or if it bricked off, you correctly point out that he's in a really bad spot with you in position. So I really like the way he played the hand and thought about the hand.
Yep, you were beat on the turn for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Now the last hand is not as deep thinking, but we move to the main.
That's
game.
good because we're all tired.
We're exhausted.
The main game is fucking insane. In the last hour, I've seen a 3-way all-in pre-flop for like 3K, and then another completely insane hand where it got 4-bet out of the big blind and got called in 5 spots, and then it went all in on the flop 4 more ways for like 8K on an 8-10-3 all diamonds board.
This is still a 1-2-5 game, right?
Wait, how many people got it in on the 8-10-3?
5 people.
What?
Yeah.
All diamonds, 8-10-3.
Yeah.
5 people got it in?
Yeah.
That's not even. That's
that makes
not
no
possible.
sense.
Like
Makes
when
no
it's
sense. People just caught a pair. They were just like,
when it's like a 2 flush, yeah, like that stuff happens.
I
but,
know, dude.
Wow. So there's basically what's happened there is there's a guy with, a set.
Yeah.
A flush, and then a guy with like
2 pair
bare aces trying to hit ace pair.
Yeah.
And putting all his money in.
That's basically what it was. It was people just going nuts with 1 pair, 2 pair, just like basically on a whim that they were going to go like runner, full house. Under the gun, I raised to 15 with ace, king 5 with the king 5 of clubs.
Okay.
2 callers. The villain in this hand just lost.
By the way, just in general terms, with this type of game, clearly you want to get to flops not as cheap as possible because you want to pot there, but you don't want to be the guy, in the 4-way all-ins pre with like marginal. You want to let these guys make these giant mistakes post as often as possible. Would you agree, T?
Yeah, and when it depends how much of your bankroll is on the table, right? Like, so, I mean, if a really small percentage of your bankroll is on the table, then you can take all the marginal edges. It's fine. You just reach into your pocket and buy again. But yeah, I would say that if you're,
it's a big deal,
kind of normally, if it's significant or you don't feel like the game is kind of really small, then yeah, I would tend to agree with you.
Yeah.
In general, though, I think that's a good argument for just being properly bankrolled when you play cash games. Tournaments are a different story.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
ace, king 5, king high clubs.
I think he's on tilt because he's just lost like 2,500 in the last probably like half hour.
In a 1-2-5 game.
Yeah.
Okay, so likely on tilt.
And
even if he's not on tilt, he's bad.
Yeah, he's very wide 3-bet range. And
that's not necessarily bad, but anyway.
So, not necessarily, but he raises to 80, and then there's 3 callers behind of the 80. So it gets back to me, and I think I have the best hand in this point. So
you got an ace blocker,
and I'm under the gun, and
But are you going to be able to shut people out? I guess is the question, right? Like if you're thinking about repotting it, right?
Yeah.
So if you repot, and what do you start with 700? Are you going to be able to shut most of the hands? You said there's 4 callers behind, 4 including the raiser. There's 4
callers,
people.
but they have 80 invested. A pot gets about 500 in.
Right, but you just said that people have like 4-way all-ins for 8K or whatever.
This is true.
I wonder. Yeah, I guess that's my first consideration is going to be okay.
But this hand, it plays. I don't think it plays great multi-way.
Right.
You have to hit the flop really hard, and if you do, you like cover the board.
Yeah. You make second nuts with king high flushes, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So
well, it plays decently multi-way for just pure equity. It doesn't play well post-flop. Right?
You're not going to realize your equity. I think what he means, and you correct me if I'm wrong, is it's hard to realize your equity with ace, king 6. Or ace, king 5. Do you agree, T?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, so go ahead.
So basically everybody's crazy, and I think I have the best hand. So I repot and get like, I think it was like 500, 550 in.
Yeah.
The villain says, "Okay, gamble," and goes all in for like his.
Said, "Okay, gamble," and shoved.
Yeah.
That's never a good sign.
That's aces.
And he shoved like 1,200 in, and then
shut the other people out.
Other people like tank, fold in because they really don't want to.
They don't want to fold. They've got like king.
Some guys there with the Jack 8-7 going like, "Oh man."
Yeah. Oh yeah, totally.
Okay.
So flop is.
Did he show you the hand pre or after?
No, he didn't.
Okay.
So
you didn't think about running it twice, even?
That you're not allowed. Do you run it twice now?
I don't think you're allowed. No,
really?
You're not allowed to run it.
Yeah, I don't
twice
think they do.
That's lame.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
I think it's probably because of the stupid bad beat jackpot.
So you get it all in. 2, 3, 4 is the flop.
So I flop a straight.
You flop the second nuts.
Yeah. The river is
turns the 8 of spades.
Yeah. Turns the 8 of spades, brings in the flush. River's king of diamonds, just for good measure. So I say I flopped a straight. He shows ace 7-4.
Yeah.
With no suit.
As soon as he gave you the speech and said, "Okay, gamble," that's 2 aces.
Yeah, probably.
Right, but it doesn't matter because he's already put his chips in the pot. He's doing it for the benefit of the other people, I guess.
Yeah, so...
did he have a suit, out of curiosity?
No suit.
Okay. So he doesn't actually want the other people's pot.
Yeah.
He actually just wants the heads up.
I could tell from his body language he didn't love his hand. That's why I wasn't... I was convinced he did not have aces, actually, when he called.
Okay.
But he did.
Okay.
And I got lucky for quite a big pot.
Nice.
Yeah.
You're allowed to get lucky. That's the thing that's allowed to happen.
Yeah. And then...
As long as you remember it the next time you take a bad beat.
Oh, yeah, totally.
That's the key thing.
So me and Luke ran a little bit of math, and in the last 24 hours I've been playing this game, I've been winning 160 BB 100.
Sustainable. That's awesome. Nice.
So you were going to say you ran the math on the ranges that this guy could have shoved.
Oh no,
which would have been useful.
It would have been wide. Cool. So you're running good down at the old Edgewater PLO. That's good to hear, and keep that going. We need some more hands for the Roscoe report that seems quite popular from all your dupe accounts. All right, I think that's going to wrap it up. You got anything else, or should we wrap this puppy up?
That's it. I'm right about done here. My World Series is over, so gotta figure out.
Coming back to Vancouver? What's the schedule?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Vancouver, enjoy the beautiful late autumn or late summer, Vancouver weather. So I'll book myself a flight out of here, watch some UFC over the weekend here in Vegas, and then I'll join you guys wherever you happen to be. It seems like you're on location somewhere different every week, so I don't know what the latest is, but I'll talk to you guys somewhere in the city.
All right, we'll figure something out. Also, one thing I did want to mention is we are down to 4 hands in the Poker Hand Madness. This is
good call.
Yeah. So please check in there. Vote for your favorite hand. We're only down to 4 hands. It's not a lot of voting you need to do. And we'll get to a final. And I think Andrew Roble, Patrick Antoni's hand is in there. The famous PLO hand, who Scott Seaver actually said it was one of his favorite hands of all time.
That hand.
Excuse me.
It's kind of late in the show now, but speaking of Scott Seaver, we didn't really touch on the Super High Roller Bowl.
Oh, yeah. Jeez, we didn't even get to that. We're 4 hours in or whatever we are, and we didn't get to that.
There's too much happening
Brian
in poker.
Rast won 7 point something million.
Yeah.
Scott Seaver won 5, I want to say.
Yeah.
And the 500K High Road Super Bowl.
Basically, a bunch of pros put up a bunch of money and flipped for it.
But there was a lot of there. It was kind of weird because we talked to Jean Robert. If you went to the website of the Super High Roller Bowl, there was all these people that they said were going to play, casual sort of businessmen that didn't end up playing. It was a bunch
definitely
of pros.
some controversy on that.
Yeah.
More time to get in. Maybe we could find.
We can give Remco a little plug because after you listen to this show, you're allowed to listen to Remco's show,
but only after
the Remco report. He had Brian Rast on, who won it, so they'll probably get into
Check that out. For sure. So thanking people today. I want to thank Mr. Andrew Barber for joining us on the break of his day 2 of the main event. It was very nice of him. Mr. Bill Chen for joining us for an extended period of time. It was over an hour, that interview. Really appreciate that. Steve Day from the Isle of Man, of course, from the world's largest poker site. Terrence Chan for joining us down in fantastic Las Vegas. Looking forward to getting you home and being in the same room when we do the show. And to Ross for coming in all the way out to Casa Schwartz here and recording in the basement. It's nice to have him running things and putting the new drops. He's got all kinds of new drops this week, so
Actually, I'm not even mad. It's amazing.
We didn't get to most of them, but he'll sneak them in. We got some good ones. Thanks to
Dad, shut up.
Thanks to you for listening to the show. Really appreciate it each and every week. To jump into the Where Are You Listening From thread and let us know. There's some great stories, and we love to hear them. We will talk to you next week. Please tell me that's how you got that.
Yeah, it's there.
That's fantastic.
What is that?
You sniffling. That was
oh, yeah.
great.
Sorry. I thought it was muted.
Okay.
Thanks for joining us. The 2+2 Pokercast has been presented to you by the Pokerstars VIP Club.